This is on imagination. So, what were we talking about? I feel like I have, let me play around with my camera for a second here. I feel like I have something coming in a couple days. And I just, it's so heavy. It feels like I feel like everything's going to be different in a couple days. And that's exactly, I feel like it's the calm before the storm. That is exactly it. I feel like it's the calm before the storm. That's why my ship isn't going anywhere. And I feel like I just can't put my finger on it. And I'm at the end of this chapter. It's not even a chapter. It's like, all right, so I finished that book, and the book is over there. And I'm getting ready to start a new book, and I can see the ending of this book, but I can't see the beginning of it. God, it's so hard to start the book. It's always hard to start the book. It's the hardest part is getting started. And it's been a very, and I keep generating ideas, and then I feel like an idea is like spaghetti, and you throw it against the wall, and if it sticks, it's good. If it doesn't stick, and you just keep throwing ideas on the wall. Spaghetti is all over the wall, and most of it doesn't stick. You'd think we'd stop, but no, we're not. We're gonna keep throwing spaghetti at the wall, and ideas are like that. So whenever you get a business started, you're going to have a lot of ideas, and you're going to throw them at the wall, and very few of them stick. Maybe I should figure out the math behind the ones that stick. Maybe I know there's math behind those. Maybe that would be the smart thing to do, is instead of throwing spaghetti on the wall, I instead analyze the mathematics as to why some ideas stick and why some of them don't. And I think that's my problem, is I feel like there's this heavy thing there. And I'm in a waiting place. I'm in purgatory, where I'm just waiting for, but I'm not just waiting. It's like I'm preparing for, and I'm down to these last 2 days. So I feel like I'm not making any headway, but I am. I know it's going to come crashing down in 2 days, 3 days. And I can feel it. And every time I go to sleep, every time I sit down and I rip apart something, every time that I push forward on it, I can feel this thing coming closer and closer. And I feel like there's something I should be doing. I do. I feel like there's something I should be doing. And I'm going through the logical core of it, trying to figure out, okay, what should I be doing? And then whenever I run the formula, I go, oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. This is it. And I'm going, okay, so I'm supposed to be on YouTube. And that's and it just feels so weird. Because I just constantly feel at this place of like I'm waiting for this thing to just happen. And there's nothing for me to do. It's done. Like it's done. And there is no selling. That's something that I never really, I have been so backwards and forwards in the world of selling. And I'm going, I don't know what to do. I don't know. When it's all done and said, I just see a playground. And I definitely do want to do the Dungeons and Dragons thing. Oh, the Dungeons and Dragons thing. which I can't even say those words. It's Devil's Dungeon, because you can't say Dungeons and Dragons. I have to look into the, I don't know. I have to study their whole rights and all that jazz. And when I looked at that, I'm like, oh my God, it's a highly legal, complex crap system. And I'm like, so either I have to censor myself, I have to disguise what I'm really saying. So basically, you have RPG, which is role-playing game. And then you have Dungeons and Dragons, which is a very specific brand of RPG. And I don't know if it's with money, if it's monetized, you can't use it. But if it's non-monetized, you're fine. And somebody went over with me at one point, and Wizards of the Coast grants rights to Dungeons & Dragons content through its opening game license, a public copyright license that allows third parties to modify, copy, redistribute some aspects of the game's intellectual property. This includes elements like game mechanics, spells, monsters, and classes. The OGL also allows third-party publishers to print and sell content based on the 5th edition system reference document. As of 2019, content can be based on other Wizards of the Coast intellectual properties, such as Ravenloft, Eberron, and Ravnica. In December of 2022, Wizards of the Coast made controversial changes to the OGL, which some players say was an attempt to generate more revenue by claiming rights to players' creativity. The revised OGL could have made characters and storylines created by the players, players the property of the game rather than the community. However, in January of 2023, the company announced that the redrafted agreement would not include a royalty structure or a license back provision. Okay, yeah, there it is. Allows everyone to produce and sell D&D products without buying a license. So, yeah, I think it's perfectly fine. All right. I was talking to this one particular person about it, and this person like owned a radio thing, and they wanted me to go on and host it and do a whole thing with it. And they had a whole list of rules, and one of those rules was that I could not actually use the phrase Dungeons and Dragons. And I went, you want me to play Dungeons and Dragons without actually using the phrase Dungeons and Dragons? So you want me to censor? I don't censor myself. I do not censor myself. So I'm walking away from it going, all right, I get it. I wrote the book Breaking Delusion. And in Breaking Delusion, I find the TARDIS and I fly it. Because why not? Well, I'll tell you why not. Because as soon as you charge money for that, BBC gets upset. And I went, so now I have a choice. I censor myself and I use unobvious implication that I have found a time machine that I'm flying. And this is not fun anymore. And in addition to that, or I need to say, I don't charge for it. And I'm going, well, there you go. There's my free book. So there you go, solved. So for the sake of being able to have this whole section, that's not including my use of the holodeck inside there also. So I'm like, yeah. So it's like a fan fiction mergence, but it means I can't charge for the book, which is fine. I'm like, yeah, I'd rather. So now I have to choose. Do I honor my fandoms the way I want to honor my fandoms? Or do I get paid for the book? And I have decided to honor the fandoms and not get paid for the book. It's like, no, and fuck that shit. No. So Breaking Delusion is probably going to stay free. I might do a paid version where that part's changed. So there's going to be the free version and then there's the paid version. So I probably will do both, but the paid version is going to have to be different. And yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I might do it that way also. But yeah, I was really fucking pissed about that. I'm like, no! Like, they literally have it in their rights. You can find it. You can describe it, but you can't fly it. I can't fly it! Oh, that's such bullshit! I can't fly it. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna fly it. You don't do the shit I do and not know how to fly the TARDIS. You fly the fucking TARDIS. So yeah, I saw that all like, yeah. So I dove into the world of copyright. Well, I've been there before. Copyright, trademark, and all that jazz. I am just not in a playful mood today, I guess. I think that's it. I'm just not in a playful mood. I thought I would be. And instead I get cabin fever, where I'm like, I've been drifting for days. So I feel like I'm waiting for epiphany to happen. I feel like I'm just sitting here waiting for something to happen. That's it. I feel like I'm waiting for takeoff. And I'm like, what do I need to do? And I'm not in a writing mood. I am not at all. I could be. And I tried. I don't know. I don't know what's. Okay, so I'm standing here with my intuition and something doesn't feel good. And I'm going, okay, what doesn't feel good? Pando right now does not feel good to me. It does not feel good to me. I'm going, okay, what do I need to do to make it feel good to me? I have to decide what to do about discipline. And discipline does not mean what a lot of people think it means. And I'm going, okay, so what is the discipline structure for that? And I don't know. I just don't know. So I'm stuck. I'm frustrated. I just feel like my physics isn't working. I feel like my physics isn't working. So I'm checking my physics. And I'm going through my cognitive core. And I'm going, all right, what's not operating here? I'm doing what I want. I'm doing it ethically. My loyalty is to the truth. A lot of people shit on the truth. A lot of people pad the truth to preserve other people's feelings. And then they call this good. The problem is, truth is an accumulation of the 12 ethics. So when you do the accumulation of the 12 ethics, you get truth. So when you pad truth, you violate the 12 ethics. You violate the 12 ethics when you pad truth. When you prioritize somebody's feelings over truth, you violate the 12 ethics. And people confuse nice with good. Nice is different than good. Stephen Sondheim. Nice is different than good. And you cannot, no, there is, nice is different than good. And I've chosen to be good, not nice. And people who are confused about what ethics are will go, oh, you're not nice. No, I'm good. This is what you're not used to. This is what people aren't used to, is they have confused nice with good. Narcissists are nice. Until they're mean. I am on the side of good. I'm not here for your ego. I'm here for the ethics. I'm here for good. I'm here for the truth. So my loyalty is truth. And if I see people who are a bunch of dumb fucks, the truth is you're a bunch of dumb fucks. And if you don't know that you're a dumb fuck, then how will you know to learn? Nice or good. You can't have both in that case. So now you've got a lot of people who are more concerned about being nice. The whole world is more concerned about being nice. How is that working for you? So I spend a lot of time in the back of my head going, are you a bitch? Yes, I'm a bitch. But is it unethical? I'm still trying to figure that out. I have not yet found a single ethic that I have violated. So it checks out. But you're mean. I am mean. But my loyalty isn't to their ego. My loyalty is to the truth. And I'm not violating the 12 ethics. You're name calling. I am name calling. Well, no. I am giving them the right name that they are. And I can prove it with a metric of knowledge and truth and ethics, which I have. So I'm looking at it going, all right, so, and this is it right here, is how do you know you're smart? What metric? No, thank you, sweetheart. Maybe later. Maybe. Okay, thank you. And that's it really, is what metric are you using to measure? And a lot of people don't even realize there's relativity. What, that doesn't even make sense to me, but it's true. They think this. They've like, I've studied for this year. Well, where's your metric? And I'm just like, where's your metric? And I don't want to talk about Wonderland. And I'm just stuck in this space. And I have a desire to go forward-ish. I don't even have the desire to go forward. I feel like I'm there. I feel like I'm there. I feel like I am day 2 or day 1 of being at my destination. That's what this feels like. It feels like I am on day 1 of being at my destination. And I feel like I just walked into an empty palace and I went, hello? Is anyone here? Hello? Oh. That's what it feels like. And maybe I'm just settling in. Maybe that's what this is. And I've got the Radical Global Healing Plan sitting there. I started it. And then I just went, I'm poking at my feelings right now to see what they're telling me. I'm supposed to proceed with them. It's telling me I have to proceed with them, but not now. And I'm definitely giving up on teaching. Definitely throwing that shit out the door because that's the biggest toxic pile of shit that's out there. And I think that's what I'm doing is I'm normalizing. I think that's what I'm doing. Normalizing is that stage when you're just getting used to something's changed. Like you're recalibrating. It's after you recalibrate and it feels weird because you're recalibrated to something new. And then it's just this settle down, let it just sit down, let it play out. And I feel so I feel like there's no momentum behind me. I just don't feel any of the physics. And I think that's part of my problem is I don't feel the physics. I don't feel the logic because I am so zen. This is part of it, is when you get to that point where you are so zen that you feel fucking nothing. And it's like, where is all the feelings? And I'm trying to figure out my direction, and there's no direction because I'm there. So now I feel really weird. And I'm going, all right, I've reached my destination. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I'm perfectly aligned and balanced. This is weird. It's I know what this is. It's like there's frequency moving, and you've learned so well how to integrate into everything that there's just you're there. And I just can't figure this out. It feels so weird. So I think I want to watch TV. And I think I want to think. I think I just want to. I was planning on building a playground. I am going to be building a playground. And I have this feeling like the playground is next. The playground is next. You know, and that's really it. I think that's it, is the playground is next. I have to build my playground. And I'm still like in this weird place. Anna's playground. But Anna's playground is behind me. Like, this is Anna's lounge. You're like in the introduction of, okay, so this is Anna's playground, Anna's lounge. Yeah. So I'm, God, this feels so weird. And it feels weird because there's no research. And it feels weird because I'm not pursuing this. Like, the 12 ethics are the solution to everything. Like, I'm sitting here going, are you being a bitch? Well, no, my loyalty is truth, not the feelings of people who have work to do. Okay. And where I get a problem is when people are like, oh, well, what about my feelings? Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You want me to prioritize your feelings above truth? Who the fuck do you think you are? I don't prioritize my feelings over truth. So who the fuck do you think you are? And I think that's it right there. Is I got all these dipshits sitting there going, oh, you got to think about my feelings before you think about the truth. Yeah, okay, you've got a big ego. No. Truth. So, and that's it. That's it. Truth first. Truth first. So I'm feeling better about that. And I'm going, all right. Yeah, and there it is my loyalty is to the truth, not to people's feelings. I don't know who the fuck, I know who thought that up. That's narcissist shit. You got the narcissist handbook again, don't you? And it's, and then I get people going, well, you know, you're going to catch more flies with honey. I don't want flies. Why the fuck would I want flies? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You catch more flies with honey. Yeah, you're catching flies. I don't want to catch flies. I want to catch high quality, really awesome people who actually want to fucking be here. I don't want flies. If you try and catch assholes with honey, you're going to end up with a whole bunch of assholes, and now you've got to pretend to like them. Why the fuck would I ever do that? You realize that that's what that means? Attract assholes by being nice to assholes, and then you're going to be obligated to be nice to assholes. That is a narcissist philosophy right there, is catching more flies with honey. That is such a narcissist handbook bullshit thing, and you fell for it. Like, come on. And every time I heard it, I'm like, why would I? And it's like, and I just don't understand stupid. I don't understand stupid. That's my problem. That is my problem. I'm trying to find the logical fallacy of stupid. And I can't. Okay. Oh, we're going to try it. Can I find a logical fallacy of stupid? They have no logic. They are without logic. That's why I call them Wonderland. They're insane. Oh, they're insane. That makes more sense. That's insanity. Right. To live without logic is insanity. That's what insane means. You're insane means you're illogical. And ironically, it's the narcissists who attack logic because they're insane. Narcissists are insane. You know that, right? Narcissists are insane. They are literally without logic. In fact, logic is their enemy. That's why they weaponize it against you. So narcissists are insane. So I do have my self-regulation thing here. The nourish, the spend your energy. Jeannie Bottle, kindergarten room, discovery center. Learn to play and play to learn. So these are all my notes. And I still have an idea for the game. I don't know. It just feels stuck. I feel like I have to spend more time deciding what I want. I can feel the fulcrum. I can feel it. I feel like I have done all the work that I possibly can. That's what I feel like. I feel like I just finished it all and I submitted it over and I went, all right. And it's gone to print and I'm all done. I feel like the final exam is over. That's the feeling. I feel like I just finished the final exam and now I'm just sitting back here. And then people are like, so how do you think you did? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea if I passed or failed. I don't know. So what are you going to do after this? You know? I don't know. I have to sneeze. So I don't even know what I'm going to do after this. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. And I think that's it. Is I don't know what I'm going to do after this. Because I don't know which side it's going to fall on. And I feel like I have done everything I can to make it go this way. And there's going to be a whole lot of people like, oh, you can't make it go anywhere. And I don't know. I had a really long night last night. And I did not sleep well at all. And I just can't. I officially feel like it's out of my hands now. I just feel like it's out of my hands. I asked the universe the question a year and a half ago. How long do I have to wait? And the answer came back August 1st. And I went, okay. My wait is over on August 1st. And I can feel this heaviness of just, there's nothing else I can do. And I'm sitting here going, it's either going to get really amazing here, really fucking awesome, really fast, or it's going to become a shithole. And I can't tell which. Things are about to become really fucking awesome or a whole lot worse. And it's 50 fucking 50. And I'm just looking at it going, I can't tell which way it's going. I just can't. And I just don't know what to do. I have this giant ass fucking tree outside. It's huge. And I'm on the 3rd floor. So every time I look out the window, I'm not looking at a trunk. I'm looking right into the leafy branches. And it looks like a forest. It's like a window of just forest. Which is why I stare off there a lot, is because I'm like, wow, look at all the tree. And I had dreams last night. I can't. It feels like this massive sit back. And this is part of it. This is just part of it. Sometimes I want to tell you all about what it was like being on the journey. And other times, I'm still reveling in just awe over holy fucking shit. And then another part of me is going, what the fuck are we? And I know. And I'm still just going, and where was that beautiful line that I read today? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And I have run through so much logical code all week. And I'm going, I can't deny this shit. I can't deny it. I can't. And that's it. I have removed all the impossible. And I'm just, I almost want to say that I've got these, so what did you learn from your journey? All right. And that's really it. It's what did I learn from my pilgrimages? Well, I learned how fucking ignorant we all are. I found the missing metric of education. I found the missing metric of education and found out how stupid we all are. So, and I've got some bad news for you. We are all a lot dumber than we think. Wow. So I'm going, okay, that was the first thing I learned, was precisely how dumb we really are. And I think that's what's scaring me the most, really. That's I think the core of it is I've got the truth. And I've been here since the 36th level. I'm at the 45th now. So I've been here for 9 expansions. And I'm going, all right. And I'm looking at this thing going, and every time I have an expansion, I get a more of an understanding on the level of stupid. And I'm going, and there's going to be people who are like, well, is that really fair? Yes, it's fair. Because you need to know how bad it is. Because that's really what this is. It's the metric of how, that's it. The second thing I noticed was I gained the metric of how bad the situation is. And I'm going, wow, so people are really stupid and it's really bad. And I'm going, all right. And I think I've been in shock. And then I went through the anger stage. I went through the grieving period. I went through the 5 stages of grief with this, which is actually a very small fraction of the cognitive core's processing system. God forbid anyone over on Wonderland does a full job of anything. And I'm looking at it going, okay, missing metric of education, how stupid we are, and the metric of how bad the situation is. All right. And I'm just looking at it going, well, I'm here. Okay, good. And I feel like, and I have this urge to just report news from the abstract. Well, the stupid situation is really bad today, and the metric of bad is worse than ever. Like, I feel like I want to do like news reporting from the abstract. I was trying to do this the other day, and I did not get very far with it. News reporting from the abstract. And I got a metric as to how much we fucked it up. Oh, I also got a metric on how mentally ill we are. It's not good news. I got here and there's no good news. None. Let me think about that. What would be the good news about getting here? I'm here. That's good news. I'm here. That's great news. All right. I'm good. I got that news. Yes. That makes me happy. All right. But for you, I don't have any good news for you. And I'm looking at it going, oh, yeah. And when I look at what we need to do to solve it, and here's the kicker. Everyone who's got a position of authority doesn't want this. So I'm going, all right. So I can go on YouTube and just give it to people there. Well, I've already done that. It's on my website. So you can just go through the process on my website. And there's basically, you got to choose what level you want to go through. If you really want to do it properly, do it with the academic disciplines. In fact, that's the way you should be doing it, is with the academic disciplines. And I'm going, okay, all right. So we have, and I'm going, so what now? And I just want to have a party. I just want to have a party. But everyone's got too much work to do. So I'm going, yeah, they have nothing to party about. Like, I'm on the ark and I am having a party. Outside, it's raining. I don't advise you have a party. So I'm sitting here going, so what do? I've taught them. I've built my businesses. I've got everything in order. I've got my boat. So I think we're pretty good. And I'm going, okay. And I think that's it, is I got here and I'm still, my head is still reeling from it. And even if the research comes back, it's like, I have a system now that is so fucking solid. My system is amazing. I go on my Zoom, I drop a whiteboard, I explain it, I break it down, I then write an article and post it on my research, and it's done. I then take the link and I drop it into my triadic healing class, and then I come here. Like I said, I have streamlined my research and then turned it over into a class. Well, I don't turn it over into a class until it goes through the process. So I have the hypothesis section, and then I have the research section. And then after I prove it and I go through some trials and all that jazz, that's when it goes over to my triadic healing. So my triadic healing is where the research is done and it's been proven. The stuff that's not proven is still sitting over on my research. And that's a really a good way of putting it all, is if it's proven, it's in triadic healing. If it's not proven, it's in the trial stages. It's sitting over on my website. So I'm going, all right. So on days that I don't have research, because there's nothing ticking away upstairs, what do? And I think this is my problem, is I have no fucking idea how to play. I don't even know what fun is. Well, I did. I analyzed fun the other day. Fun was when you do something you love with someone you love. So it's when you grow and nurture, you share the nurturing process. That is my nurturing process. It's when you share the nurturing, the nourishing process. That is what fun is, when you share the nourishing process. And I went, okay, all right. What's my nourishing process? Logic. Yeah. Are you bored with logic? I did break the logical code. Usually after I break a code, I get bored with it, which is why I stopped teaching, is because I'm bored with it. Interesting. Interesting. Very fascinating. Yeah, I've just got this urge to, okay, let's go play. What do you want to play? Make believe, but not right now. Okay. We want to make believe. We want to pretend that we are on a pirate ship. And I went through this where people were like, oh, you should inspire. I'm not inspiring anybody. I will not inspire people. You can read my book and go, wow, you went through that shit and you've become this. There you go. That's your inspiration. Go read my books. So I'm like, yeah, I am not, no, I don't inspire. And I just, I don't know. I feel like I'm on the open sea. What did I think about the other day? It was, oh yeah, I remember. It was the phrase, sometimes it's not about the journey. No, sometimes it's not about the destination. It's about the journey. And I went, no, that's not right. It's always about the journey. It's always about the journey. And my brain went, well, what's the purpose? The journey is the purpose. Why did we do that to ourselves? Why did we have a destination that was different than our journey? Because then we would drift. But that's the purpose. The adventure is the purpose. Oh, this is going to do a whole lot of interesting stuff for me. Oh, I feel a whole lot of things changing. I just felt click, 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 click. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Maybe that's the next stepping stone for my next mindset. Interesting. Adventure is the purpose. That's very dangerous for me. Adventure is the purpose. And it's always about the journey. The journey is the fruit. It's always about the journey. By the way, I have one piece running through my head right now. Achikeru yume wo kaki atsume, Sagashimono sagashi ni yuku nansa. No pocket, no coin, but do you wanna be my friend? We are on a cruise. We are. Yeah, that's it right there. The journey is the purpose. Adventure is the purpose. It's the journey. That is the fruit. I feel like an idiot. Life fruit. The life fruit is the journey fruit. That makes more sense. Life fruit is the journey fruit. Life fruit is the journey fruit. Interesting. Oh, that just click, boom. All right. Yep, I see that. So I just had a vision that just completely aligned with my new philosophy. And I went, oh, that's where I've been going. That makes a lot more sense. So that does become my new philosophy for the playground. That is literally the philosophy of the playground, which explains the playground. I literally go into the playground and I never come back. Like, that's where I go. That's where I spend all of my time, is the playground. That's where I go. That's where I'm there. I am at the playground. My work is done. My work is done. And I'm going to go play. And I've got to go build a playground that now can filter people into it, because I am sure as fuck not letting just anybody into my playground. So my playground is going to be accessible only to Pando members. That's going to be the first thing. If you are not in Pando, you are not touching my playground. And it requires a graduation process. Now, I do have tiers that I put together so that you, like, every tier, basically it's an ethical tier. So at certain ethical tiers, it unlocks. And that's it, really. That's it. That's my playground. And I'm having a party in my playground. And this is virtual and it's in real life. It's like in New York City. So I'm sitting here going, oh yeah, definitely. I also am, this is what the franchise is actually the playground, so that it's going to be distributed all over the country next year, where it's, well, literally it's going to be everywhere. And I broke it down in tiers. Tier 1, 2, and 3, so that there's basically a boot camp. And then after the boot camp, you enter training mode. And then, yeah, so I had it all unlocked at certain levels. I need to pull out my blueprints on it and scan it and go over it again. And I think that's really what it is. And I don't even know how much of what I wrote up I'm going to follow. Probably all of it. I'm probably going to follow it to the letter. But I've already done this. It's already designed. I just got to start doing it now. So I need to start pulling it out. Why don't I do that now? Let me just go ahead and pull it up here. Anna's playground. Click. Oh, there it is. Open. All right. I'm very excited about this, because this is me going back to a past dimension of mine, reading my mindset back then. I love yoga, Tai Chi, and meditation, but the thought of doing these activities with people never appealed to me. Nope. But when I did pursue events that I did enjoy, like Dungeons and Dragons and game nights, dinner parties, and nude resorts, yeah, the people I ended up mingling with were severely mentally ill, or had not yet thought about their mental health, resulting in a heavily toxic and not safe environment. For a nudist and a nonconformist, this is a very dangerous mix. I was starved for mentally healed and wellness-minded people without the non-mentally healing focus events. This was the core premise behind the Healing Garden and the Philosophers Club, which would later become Anna's Playground. Our primary rule here is we do not talk about mental health or healing. We're playing here. We have classrooms for you to talk about your mental health and healing. The best thing about this rule is that this rule actually prevents trauma bonding, codependency, emotional flooding, trauma dumping. Members all know that everyone there is healing, working to improve their mental health, or have healed. Added with the house rule, we do not ask about people's past. And suddenly this changes the social game for people who crave mentally healthy community without the mental health talk. So the best part about the Healing Garden, community heals people. Role models and being exposed to a positive and healthy environment heals people. And members within the garden can rest easy knowing that everyone present has been vetted and provided with the same tools and resources to heal and grow, while also having the same unspoken agenda. We all want to be surrounded by good, mentally healthy people who prioritize mental health and wellness without it being the core focus of our lives. So you can mingle, chat, date, make friends, network, socialize, knowing that the people in the healing garden are actively healing or have already healed. The law of reflection is how human people learn. We must see good, healthy examples to become good, healthy people. No matter where you are in your healing journey, the Healing Garden provides the mentally healthy role model you need to mirror good, healthy mental living, expediting your healing journey. Healing exposure to the mentally healthy without the trauma dumping or bonding. Furthermore, this is the only community that offers and provides classrooms and DIY mentally nourishing programs to help you overcome common social and mental obstacles like social anxiety, adult friendship building, trust, discernment, boundary setting, dating, breaking the ice, and trauma management, all while knowing that the members you mingle with and build friendships with are also working on or have successfully learned the same social and mental skills. It's literally putting everybody on the same ethical page. No more worrying about what mental illness is hidden by a new romantic or friend interest down the road. Furthermore, our healing program is one of a kind. Triadic Healing and the AIDNS. Every member receives Anna's DIY Triadic Healing and the AIDNS with membership. Fused with neuroscience, philosophy, and physics. We're going to change that to Pythagorean psychology. Oh, nope, I didn't even mention psychology. I read philosophy. Anna's Triadic Healing is the program she built for herself using her 30-plus years applied mastery in logic, philosophy, metaphysics, and ontology. With membership, people get the full DIY Triadic Healing and the AIDNS program, in addition to the access to Anna's masterclasses not available anywhere else. I do a masterclass on Saturdays. In addition, her healing resorts, yeah, totally, I'm doing these things. Events and getaways provide the dream sanctuary and environment you need to start over or simply build on the existing networks you have. Oh my God, yes. The Heal and Grow With You community. Sunshine Imagination Adventures, where dreams and passions rule. Oh yes, I'm looking at this now. And then Anna's Playground is actually starting at Platinum membership. The first one is Sunshine Imagination Adventures. That is non-membership and you pay per event. Thank you, Liz. And then after that, I have, well, no, that's it. Just Sunshine Imagination Adventures. And I have a Rat Race Escape. And then I have for gold members. So I have the first tier is pay per event, full price, Rat Race Escape, non-membership required. So if you're not a member, you can pay the one time, enjoy, and then leave. 21 plus required. And it's open to all perspectives. There is no vetting, there is no evaluation, there is no filtering process. I strongly recommend you using your discernment for these levels. Gold members pay per event with early bird and discounts, part-time membership, and that starts at 5th Perspective Plus. Then Anna's Playground is tier 3. That's platinum members. And that is 7 plus perspectives, only 21 plus years old. And then there's Diamond after that, which is, again, 7 plus perspectives. And I believe one of the vetting, yes, for the first one, you have to have, let me see here, looking at the requirements. There's a vetting required 3-month trial period. And then on the Diamond level, it goes up to, oh, I cannot find it, where to go. A 1-year trial period. There it is, vetting required 1-year trial period. So you have to be a platinum member for 1 year before you can become a diamond member. But I think I know I do have this worded in here so that if you have 3 months vetted, then that comes off of your 1 year vetting. So you don't have to do 3 months plus 1 year. It's just 1 year. So you decide which tier you want to go to, and we decide if it's going to be a 3 month vet or a 1 year vet. And if you're going for platinum, 3 months and then you're platinum, but your training continues. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't go 3 months and then a year. It's 3 months and then you graduate to platinum, and then that clock, you have to do 9 more months, and then you're a diamond. And that's Diamond International membership. And that's when I open my BDSM classes for people. And then I have another tier here that I keep to myself. Yeah, so there's rules. Let's go standard. Standard metric. Oh, I love that. Standard metric. That's what it was called. The standard metric. See, this is why you should never chop sentences up, because the standard metric was cut back to rules until you guys forgot that it's a standard metric. And then you shortened it to standards. The metric ruler. So it's the standard metric ruler. That's the actual phrase when you say rules, the standard metric ruler. And I really want you to take a sit back from that and just process the standard metric ruler. Feel it in your brain. Feel it in your brain. That is the full name, the standard metric ruler. The ruler to establish the standard with which we measure. Now, the educational system is so dumb that people divided the word standard and metric, lost the meaning of the word standard, and then changed the word standards to rules, completely dissociated the two, took rule and thought it meant a ruler, as in someone to dominate you, and you completely forgot that had anything to do with measuring your standards. That's how uneducated you are. That you don't even know what rules means. That's how bad it is. The standard metric ruler is what we used to say once upon a time. Can you imagine where we're going to be in 200 years with, you want to go with? You can manifest that shit. So, I see stuff like that and I'm going, oh, we are so fucked. What do I do? What do we do? What the fuck? I'm going to go have a party because I've done my work. So you guys have work to do, not me. And I'm just going to go fuck celebrate. That's what I'm going to do. That's it. I'm going to go celebrate. I think that's all I can do at this point is celebrate. Standard metric rule. So I just changed that over in my thing here. Anna's standard metric ruler, the 12 ethics. So that's it. Truth is God here. Truth is proven with pure logic. That's it. Nothing is above truth. The 12 ethics are the standard metric ruler. I would also say the arrogant, ignorant, I really feel like there's a word there. Fallacy? Ignorant, arrogant, the arrogant, ignorant opinion fallacy. Oh, is it fallacy? Let me look up the word paradigm. Or should it be a paradox? Let me look. A typical example or pattern of something. A model. A paradigm shift now. Let's do paradox. Contradicts itself or common sense, but may be true. I just read the words, I always lie. It's not logic. It is not logic. It is not logic. It is not logic. Logic is a dichotomy. You gorgeous, beautiful thing, you. Logic is a dichotomy. It's not an opposite. No. Let's think. No, that's correct. It is a dichotomy. Because it's either logic or not logic. That's a dichotomy. It's not an opposite. Illogic is not an opposite of logic. Logic is just truth. Lie is also. So it is very much, yes, okay. Logic is dichotomy. Why would you try and figure out the logic of an illogical statement? That is so stupid. No, that is so dumb. Paradox is the dumbest thing. No, it is not a self-contradictory statement. A paradox is illogic. Why are you trying to logicize illogic? That is so fucking stupid. It is without logic. It is not a paradox. It is to be without logic. That's why there's a catch-22, is because it is absent of logic. I feel better now. Okay. So I think I'm going to call this the fallacy, the arrogant, ignorant opinion fallacy. Arrogant, ignorant opinion fallacy. Yes, that's it right there. I'm going to call that the ignorant, arrogant opinion fallacy, because that is, yeah. Paradox is illogic. It is to be without logic. Like, why would you? It just means you have to add the logic to a catch-22. You just need to add logic. If you have an addiction, this is it right here. You need to add logic to your addiction. That's why you're caught in 3 catch-22s. You have to add logic to an addiction. Addiction is a paradox. Actually, 3. Okay. All right, that makes sense. I feel better now. Oh, I suddenly don't have to figure out which came first, the chicken or the egg, because it's a paradox. It is a statement without logic. I'm good. Wow, that just solved everything. I found the solution for catch-22. Woohoo! All right. I would call that a good day's work. There you go. There's the solution for catch-22s. Here I am complicating it with an if, then, and clause, which I did anyway. But that adds the logic, because the and adds the logic. I'm like, because you create an integration that is a disintegration at the same time. You can't do that because they're neither integrating or disintegrating. What you have is a stagnant pool of nothing. You literally have just a pause. It's on pause. It's not going to work because because it has no logic. The lack of logic cancels out the logic. This makes so much more sense. So it gets stuck. You need a surplus of logic to grow. People, you need a surplus of logic to grow. A surplus of logic to grow. So if you're deteriorating, this makes so much more sense. So love is logic. The sooner you guys figure out that that's literally the same thing to go, oh, I hate logic. You hate love? It's the same thing. Love is the feeling of logic. Do you have the logic to disprove me? Try. Love and logic are the same thing. Love and logic are the exact same thing. Love is the feeling you get from logic. So all these assholes, like I said, this is why I kick people out when they attack logic. I'm like, you're attacking love itself. Why are you here? And that's just it. That is it right there. Love is logic. It's not an and, it's an is. It's the same thing. So logic is the formula for love. All right. So I'm just going to stick to my playground. I'm going to go back over to my plans here. The standard metric rule. The standard metric ruler. We do not ask Anna about her past. Yes, Sunshine Imagination is my real name. Please stop asking me that question. I'm so sick of hearing that fucking question. Such an offensive, stupid question. Yep. We're going to do field trips for adults, slumber parties for adults. Yeah, these are all my New York City events. I am assessing this. So I have a find a friend scavenger hunt planned. That is one of the things on the agenda. So I have mixers planned. Yeah, it's going to be mixers. And online social warm-up events. With games. I have a lot of games in mind. A lot of games. And trying to... Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about the games. And then we have Find a Friend Scavenger Hunt is unlocked. My philosophy-based holistic healing series is unlocked. I don't know if I've recorded that yet or not. I want to say I have. Access to the Classroom series is unlocked. Include Triadic Healing in the AIDNS. Healing Garden Summit quarterly event discount is unlocked. And then at Platinum, this is Anna's Playground. Yeah, this needs to be done now. This needs to be done now. The whole thing revolved around the playground. We would have a Who's Who catalog with warm-up introductions. We begin the overnight events. Dinner and philosophy would be unlocked. God, that I'm looking forward to. We would have X-rated nonconformist events unlocked. Field trips for adults would be unlocked. Zen BDSM classes unlocked. This is diamond level. Ooh, the Philosophers Book Club would be unlocked at the platinum level. Yeah. So it's definitely time to get this back out and start going through it. That's definitely time to build Anna's Playground. Yeah, and I think that's really where I'm at is everything's built. Everything's done. And I think it's okay, you're done building and you're done researching. And it's like, wow, it's just on his playground. And I'm in a shift where it's a different kind of shift, where it's just changing direction, because I've been working for so long, building for so long. And I'm like, wow, I can actually start playing. So, yeah. There's nothing else I can do. And I think that's the other problem, is I'm feeling helpless. I think that's my problem. I feel helpless. I can't help you. I cannot do anything for you. I've done it. There is nothing I can do. And we have a mindset in our culture of, well, I need help. No, that's the problem. You have to do it yourself. I can't enable you. I can't teach you. You've got to do the work yourself. I had to do the work myself. Except I can mentor you via recording. And that's about all I can do. And I left you everything. Everything I used, I left you. It's all there for you. So you can follow the exact same steps. It's like I'm standing here at the point of comprehension with my little Enna flag. And here's the question is, are you actually heading in my direction or away from my direction? Or are you moving at all? That's the question. I'm going to ask you that question. Here's the question. Are you moving toward me? Are you moving away from me? Or are you even moving at all? How do you know? How do you know? I know. I can see you and I can go, oh yeah, I definitely know what direction you're facing. And that's it. I'm going to make quizzes. And I think this is what I'm doing right now, is I'm in the quiz stage. Are you moving toward me? Away from me? Or are you moving at all? And then the next question I would ask is, how do you know? How do you know? How do you measure your progress? That's the first thing. How do you measure your own progress? And I'm going to ask the question, in relativity to what? And in relativity to what? And if you are confused, the answer would be, oh, you're fucked. If you know what I'm asking you, then you will be able to answer the other three questions without a problem. There. How's that for a quiz? So how to get unfucked? Go to triadic healing. There it is. There it is. If you are confused, then you are fucked. And you will need triadic healing. If you can answer the question in relativity to what, then you should be able to answer the question, are you moving toward me, away from me, or at all? And how do you know, and how do you measure your progress, and in relativity to what? If you can actually answer 100% of those questions, then you're fine. You don't need triadic healing. You'll get where I am. But if you are confused and you didn't understand the question, you're fucked. You need triadic healing. So that, I think, is going to be one of the questions. Now, the other question that I wrote today, and this one, I love this, is, do you know how to tell if someone is more educated than you? Do you know how to determine if someone is qualified to teach you or not? I ask the hard questions. Yeah, this is it right here. And do you know how to determine if someone is qualified to teach you? Yeah. So I would also do that question. Like these are really the questions. And I also want to do a, how smart do you really think you are? And it's, I'll be building you an IQ test. That I think is what it is. I will be showing you an IQ test. Because an IQ test is actually an ethical test, an ethical IQ. Oh, I could totally do Anna's IQ test. That is exactly what I would do. I would build an Anna's IQ test. Oh yeah. And that is easily the greatest wake-up call. I would have to sit down. Oh, see, and I've been trying to figure this out. How many questions do I need to assess? Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with this. So I think I'm going to do quizzes and tests now. I think that's it. I think I want to do quizzes and tests and come up with the algorithms. And I've been analyzing the combination for quite a while. Oh, I'm so excited about this part. The quests, the quizzes. So you would have to first take your ethical IQ test, which is your actual IQ test. You say, I know what the IQ test is actually measuring, which is funny as fuck to me. And I'm like, really? So the IQ test is measuring your logic skills and your problem solving skills, which is logic. It is literally a metric of your logic skills. It's measuring your pattern recognition skills. It is measuring your ability to set up chain reaction science and knock it over. It is also very, very little measuring your mental diversification skills. That's it. Real fucking sloppy. So yeah, that's it. And then based off of, but again, we're back to the in relativity to what? Walking around going, I have an IQ of 160. Okay. In relativity to what? Seriously, what's the standard? Because until you have the standard, your number is just an irrelevant number. 160 to 4,000, you're an idiot. 160 to 200, oh, you're a genius. Like, where are you measuring it to? And this is where the concept of an IQ test is the dumbest fucking thing there is because it doesn't actually measure anything except it's an incomplete test. It's like, what are you measuring it against? Like what? What's the standard? There's no defined standard. And with an ethical IQ, you're smart when you are 5 years old and your ethical IQ is 5. Now that's the standard. You are, and I'm going to say it, that's the standard, is when you're 10 and you're at the 10th ethic. If you're 45 and you're at the 45th ethic. Okay, that's the standard. Now, most of you are 4 and 6 years old. So if you're 4 and 6 years old also, great job. You're good. If you are 4 and your ethical IQ is 4, you're good. If you are 6 years old and your ethical perspective is 6, you're good. But if you're a 45-year-old woman and you are at the 6th ethical perspective, that's how dumb you are. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that how old are you and what's your ethical age? Now, I know how to look at somebody and go, oh, I know exactly what their ethical age is. That's how much you have to grow. And I'm just, this is easy. This is it right here. This is the part I think that I've really been struggling to translate into comprehension for a while, is your ethical IQ should match your physical age. So I've got 40-year-olds boasting how educated they are, but they're 4. And I'm going, you think you're smart when your ethical IQ is 4? And they are so uneducated, they don't even understand what that means. And they don't even understand the severity of it. Instead, they get defensive, which is what 4-year-olds do. And then they get all pompous and like, just like a 4-year-old. Have you ever noticed how many adults act like children? It's because the ethical IQ is the one that decides your age. So the first thing you need to do is determine where your ethical IQ is. And here's the fucking kicker. Most of you are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that's where it's really going to burn. Because once you have that in understanding of, in relativity 2, there you go. So, and this is really like, once you start setting that standard of, you think you're smart? Well, in relativity to what? Here's the defined standard. Now let's take a look at the metric. Suddenly you're looking at the metric, and where you thought you were here, suddenly you're here. And that's just it, is you've got these standards. But when the standard is this low, well, good for you. You've reached it when you were 4 years old. And that's it. The standard currently right now in society is set for a 4-year-old. Do you hear what I'm saying? The current standard of metric rule, a 4-year-old can hit. And you're the same people telling me how smart you are. And I'm just going, and I feel like that's just where I'm at. Is it's going to take me a few days of showing you metrics so you can really comprehend how not smart you really are. Because once you are humiliated enough, then there's going to be that little part in your brain that goes, oh, maybe I should learn. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. But until you do that, I can't work with you. So in order to work with you, I have to humble the fuck out of you first. Because that's what humility is the submission to the lesson. But I've gotten nothing but arrogance back from people, ignorance and boasting opinion. And I'm going, all right, humility it is. I'm going to give you some tests, and I'm going to show you how you can really measure your own intelligence. And I'm going to tell you right now, when I'm done with you, you're not going to like it. You've got a fucking huge wake-up call to come. And here's the best part. If you think you're a 6 perspective, you're probably a 2. If you immediately think you're a 6th perspective, you're probably a 2. So here's how to tell which perspective you are at. You don't go by where you want to go. That's a whole nother thing. And that's literally your identity. But you've killed your identity, remember? So you don't have your identity. Your identity and your authentic perspective is long gone, which is why most of you don't know who you are. So it's just you and your subconscious mind. But you don't talk to your subconscious mind probably. So your subconscious mind has its own ethical IQ. Your subconscious mind's ethical IQ is going to match your abuser. Now, that's how old you are. So your abuser, whatever age you were at when you struggled with 1, 2, or 3 ethics, is where you stopped growing. If you did not have an abuser, okay, all right, we'll cover that in a minute. I'll cover that with you in a minute. So your subconscious mind, if you struggle even looking at vulnerability, you are a first ethical perspective. If you question your own autonomy, you never made it past 2. And if you are distrustful of all people, you're at 3. So if you have a trust issue and you have a problem with autonomy, you're a 2. If you have a problem with vulnerability and with autonomy, you're a 1. Now, if you know vulnerability and you don't have a problem with it, and you know autonomy and you got that nailed, and you don't have a trust problem, and you have that gorgeous balance of knowing when you need nourishment and also adventure, literally it's nourishment and adventure, then the next question is, can you set your boundaries? How are you with personal law? How are you with personal defense? Now, if you've got your personal defense mastered, great, you accomplished the 4th trial. How's your accountability? Now, a lot of people might jump on that one going, oh, I'm accountable, but they're a doormat. Accountable is not a doormat. Accountable is the one who says, oh, look at that. I got abused. I put myself in this shitty situation. Now, where the fuck did I violate my own 4th ethic? That's what accountability sounds like. Did you hear all the I's coming out of my mouth? Look at what I did. I fucked this up. I got myself in another abusive situation. How did I do that? Which of my 12 ethics did I fuck up? Welcome to accountability. That's what it sounds like. And then there is holding the self equal to all others. So it's when the self reaches equality with others. So if you have mastered vulnerability, if you have mastered autonomy, if you have mastered trusting others and self-regulation between nourishment and adventure, then you got the first 3 down. If you got the personal defense down, not aggression, personal defense without aggression. And if you got accountability down, and if you got equal self with others, now you're looking at justice. Now, you probably know, if you've completed all those tasks, that there is no such thing as justice outside of the self. If you have not learned that justice is actually an integrated part of you having your own sense of justice to the self, then you are not okay. You did not accomplish all 6 of these. You've missed the point. That is the second cardinal value, is justice. So based off of where you are on those ethical integrations is going to determine what your age is. So now, step back. How old are you? Are you 1 year old? Are you 2? Are you 3? 4, 5, or 6? Or did most of you go, oh, yeah, I need work on this one. I need work on that one. Yeah. So now, all the information in your head failed to integrate literally the 12 ethics to even get you through the first 6 levels of perspective stages of human growth and evolution. And I'm going, okay, your education didn't even get you that far. And you want to tell me you're educated. And that's the kind of shit I see, is a bunch of 2-year-olds trying to tell me how educated they are when they don't even understand what education actually is. And I'm going, all right. So once you figure out that you're 1, 2, or 3 years old, then it's a question of, what do you need to do? Where do you need to go from there? And that's where triadic healing steps in. And it literally walks you through the process. So yeah, that's triadic healing in a nutshell. Triadic healing part 1 only covers the first 6. And I don't really get into the 7th through the 12th because you can't do anything with them until you get the first 6 down. And practicing them, and like I said, there's the understanding the theory, And then there's practicing them, but then there's applying them with the academic disciplines. If you want to actually integrate them, apply them with the academic disciplines. So what I recommend is do 3 months of music. I could do up the curriculum, 3 months of music with logic and the ethics. I would combine the 12 ethics with 3 months of music and logic. In the music, I mean musical, physics. Physics is the other one. It has to have physics in there because the physics is what ties in the music. So you need the logic of music, physics, and math. I'm sorry, logic, math and music are the same thing. It's so redundant. Music, logic, and physics. And then when you add the 12 ethics in there, now you've started the process. That's literally the lynch to get you, like the linchpin to get you started. After that, you would go into, and you can throw song and dance in there also. Now, after 3 months, I would then add drawing and painting and sculpting. And I would do that for 3 months. Honestly, I would extend it to 6 months. But after I would say, I would still continue to do the music, song, dance, and then 3 months later, I would add on the drawing, painting, sculpting, while also studying logic and physics and the 12 ethics. And then after that, I would go the great books. Yeah, I've got this all done. Yeah, so I'll just write out the curriculum. And I did mine in 2 years, but I didn't have the 12 ethics when I did mine the first time. I just was able to enter Plato's curriculum. You have to step into it. So this is literally the doorway into it. And that's really it, is getting yourself into the doorway of Plato's curriculum. Now, if you're on the outside, you're not going to integrate them. If you are on the outside of Plato's curriculum, you are not going to integrate the 12 ethics. You're not learning. If you are learning about something or studying about it, you're not learning. You've got to do it. You've got to experience it, which is what the academic disciplines are supposed to be for. You're supposed to do them to integrate them with the 12 ethics, to put them inside of your skills. Because you're not learning skills, you're integrating ethics with the skills. The ethics are the skills. Do you hear what I'm trying to tell you? The ethics are the skills. I don't know how to translate this from abstractic. When I sing, I am using the first ethical perspective to pull out my voice, to draw out my voice, to transfer it from the point of conception over into materialization. And then I'm exercising courage to be vulnerable while I put my voice out there so you can hear me sing. And then I regulate it. Where's that balance between vulnerable and sheltered? Vulnerable and I'm going to nourish myself now. Vulnerable, okay, now I'm going to nourish myself. Now you're building up endurance because you're going vulnerable and then you're sheltering. And that's what you do when you go on stage. All right, I'm going to take a few minutes and just leave me alone. I'm going to go back on stage and I'm going to take a few minutes. Self-regulation. And then after you've self-regulated, it's putting yourself out there in making sure you have the rules in place, the boundaries, the self-defense, so that if somebody else violates the 12 ethics, you can step in and say, back the fuck off. And then when somebody violates your ethics, they violated it because you didn't do the fourth ethic. If you get violated, you failed at the fourth ethic. And accountability is the understanding of, oh, I got hurt. Oh, look at that. I ignored the fourth ethic. Accountability, you ignored the fourth ethic. Every time. Because if you had the fourth ethic, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. If you had the fourth ethic, you would not have gotten hurt. The fourth ethic is literally how you don't get hurt. And by that point, you're reading, you're writing, your theater, your stage. Now you're interacting with people. Now you're socializing with people on a level. And you're balancing accountability with discernment and personal law while you're putting yourself more and more out there on stage to connect with people during human connection, which is why you need an equal footing to make sure it's consensual. And look at that. We're now studying logic. We're now studying physics. And we're studying linguistics. So that when we are giving our speeches and we're talking and we're communicating, we are understanding the language coming out of our mouth so we can transfer it from our intuition into materialization so that people can understand us. Oh, but look, your education system was so shitty, you didn't even get that. Which is why most of you can't even articulate what you're doing or thinking. So here's another quiz or test that I'm going to be putting out there. It is, are you a tradesman? It's being able to assess your skill level. In 10 words or less. Describe plainly your job. Do not give an example. Do not give a title. Do not give a role. A lot of people give examples, titles, and roles instead of definition. Most people are so ignorant now, they don't even know what a definition is from an example. Do you even know what a definition is? A lot of people don't. A lot of people will say, yeah, and then they'll give an example. The most common one of this is PEMDAS in mathematics. Can you tell me what PEMDAS is? Now, you're going to rattle off the acronym, but you're not going to actually define PEMDAS. This is what everybody does. Teachers even do it. Teachers will show you how to use PEMDAS. They will write it on the board, PEMDAS, and then they'll give you an example, but they never define it. What is PEMDAS? It's not on the internet. I looked it up. The definition does not exist on the internet because it's not there, because no one's defined it. I know what it is. I reverse engineered the damn thing, so I know what it is. And when I did, I was so fucking pissed at every stupid mathematician out there. I'm going, what the fuck are you doing? You don't even know what the definition of PEMDAS is. So what is PEMDAS? Tell me what PEMDAS is without an example, title, the acronym, or the role. So this is one of those examples of how often are you doing something like PEMDAS instead of actually defining what it is. And I've met people where all they do is speak an example because they understand it so little, they can't process it. And it's absolutely like, it's oh, my daughter's trying to figure it out. Yes, it is a formula, but can you tell me what kind of formula it is? She's trying to figure out PEMDAS. It is order of operations. It is order of operations. It is part of logic. And no, they don't teach it to you. Yes, order of operations is a part of logic. What it means is there is a sequence. It's called mathematical sequencing. And, oh, you done? Okay. So there it is. It's a mathematical sequence that provides you with the order of operations. And that is what I'm talking about is, did your math teacher even teach you that in school? Or did they just give you the example? That's how uneducated your math teacher was. That they didn't even process that they weren't even giving you an actual definition of PEMDAS. And I remember I was so fucking pissed. I was so pissed. I was trying to figure out order of operations, but I hadn't studied because I reverse engineer everything right out of the universe. So I'm sitting there trying to figure it out, and I'm like, what the hell is order of what? I didn't know the words for it. And I recognized the pattern. I got the pattern out, and I went, well, wait a minute. This is the same pattern as PEMDAS. And I immediately recognized the pattern, and I was like, this is the same thing. And I went, well, what is this, though? And that's when I realized it is an order of operations, which is a formula. And they never teach you that it's a formula. They never teach you that it's an order of an operation. And when I Googled it, it was nowhere on the internet. I'm like, it was just, oh, PEMDAS is parentheses, please excuse my order of it's order of operations. And I was, yeah, order of operations is absolutely a mandatory part of logic. So, but yeah, that's the kind of stuff where pay attention to what you are saying. Pay attention to when it is you are saying. Yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah, in 10 words or less, describe plainly your job. That would be one of it. But do not explain with example, title, or role. Like literally describe your job. And how well you can do this, how quickly, is literally the metric of if you're a master or not. And a master will be able to do it in 5 words or less without thinking. And there it is. A master can do it in 5 words or less without thinking. Whereas a tradesman is going to have to think about it, and they're going to exceed the 10 words in most cases. They're going to be more focused about the 10 words than actually describing it. And that's the difference between a tradesman and a master. So and I think that hit me the last 2 days, specifically yesterday, is until the understanding of the metric is defined, and then it's here's the defined metric. And I think I know that's where I am with my group as well, is it's still coming back to the defined metric. It's let's define the metric. The defined standard metric. And then it's going to be the big blow to the ego. And that's the humbling. Yeah, and yeah. And I was 12 and 15 when I went through that, because I did logic and figured out that they'd given me misinformation and I had to go back and clean it out. I was so pissed about that. Oh, I was so pissed about it. There's nothing I hate more than having to clean out my logic because bad teachers put it in there. Bad teacher. Do you have any idea the kind of illogic of bad teacher? Never trust an educational system that produces bad teachers. Just think about that for a minute. Do not trust an educational system that ever puts out bad teachers. They have successfully created an illogic. They have successfully created a paradox. When you have an educational system that creates its own paradoxes, don't trust it. That's your first clue that the education is shit. It creates its own paradoxes. So yeah. It's I was not expecting this massive thing of, okay, let's completely break down the ego and get some relativity. I did not budget this. I could not budget this until I arrived here. And then when I got here, I went, oh, I've done that 9 times. Oh, it's really bad. And now I'm sitting here going, okay, new plan, because I was not expecting this. I was not expecting to get to the point of comprehension and go, oh, holy shit, I have now a metric in which to measure the stupidity of everybody. Wow. Wow. Now what do I, okay. And I never calculated this into my plan. I never, ever, I never, ever calculated this part into my plan. And I think I found my logical gap in my logic code, which is why I've been trying to put this together for a long time, is what the fuck am I missing? Where did I go wrong? I found it. I have a piece that is not being calculated into my equation, which is the lack of a defined metric. Okay. Yeah. All right. This is making much more sense. So we have defined metric. See, when I started my Try to Healing, I put it out there and I had the whole, here's psychology. And I hit a wall with people. And I went, wow, what's wrong? And I realized, oh, they don't know how to learn. Okay. So I went in and I added a how to learn. And that's when I looked at the educational system and I went, what the fuck? Why don't you guys know how to learn? And I grew up with the ancient Greek educational system. So we do a year of it. A year of this is how you learn. So apparently you guys don't do that. Why? And I know it's not your fault. It's the guy's fault next to you. But I'm looking at you going, what are you doing? Well, that explains that. So I added how to learn. And I'm still hitting a wall with you guys. And I'm going, why am I hitting this wall? What is this wall? Ego. Ego is this wall. Why is there an ego here? And this is what I've been racking my head on, trying to figure out why is there an ego in my way? And now I know. It's because you were given a really non-existent defined, you don't even know how to measure knowledge off of a defined metric. You don't even know that you have to do that, let alone have the relativity of it. And I'm going, oh. So now I'm going, well, how the fuck do you teach the defined metric? Wow. Okay. It's a conversation no one's even having. And I'm going, I went through all of my school with a defined metric. Like Plato was my defined metric. The dude who thought up archetype was my archetype. I'm sitting here going, ooh, this guy's defined archetype with his brain. Oh, he's my archetype now. So Socrates was my archetype. So I was able to go, all right, Socrates is all the way over there and I'm all the way over here. That's all right then. And I didn't have a problem with that. But Socrates also didn't sit there, and Socrates taught me Plato taught me how to learn. Plato taught me how to learn. And I was able to, like, Pythagoras and Euclid are over there. That's where I'm going. Got it, guys. So I had all this, but they gave it to me. I mean, that's all Socrates talked about for a year with me was, this is the archetype. Okay, got it. Set your fucking standard. All right. I set my standard high. All right, I'm good. Apparently, you did not get that class, and it shows. So now I've got to add this other class. Ooh, we'll call it the defined metric. The defined standard metric, defining the standard metric ruler. There. So now I'm looking at it going, all right. So you have to define the standard metric ruler. Well, I do that with the quality conversation. But no, you need the defined standard metric. Now, you can't even do this until you learn how to learn. Oh, which is why it was taught to me after I was taught how to learn. So first you got to learn how to learn, but you don't do that until you get quality. Quality was the first lecture. Quality, and then how to learn, and then the defined standard of the metric ruler. That was part of how to learn. Yep. God, that was so long ago. So I went through my education with an archetype. I was always able to measure how smart or how stupid I was. This explains this. So I was always able to take everybody else and measure them in ratio to Plato. That's who I'm measuring you against. That's right. That's right. I measure you against Plato. And if you're not smarter than Plato, you can't teach me because he's teaching me. So there, that's my standard. And then I got to, that I remember that day when I realized I was Plato's equal, and I went, oh, that was the day I realized, can I call myself a philosopher now? Can I do that? When I started to realize I was coming up with theory that surpassed Plato, because the last thing Plato reverse engineered was biology, and I was reversing engineer subjects beyond him, and I went, I have officially surpassed Plato. I currently don't have a defined standard. Truth is the defined standard now. Yeah, there you go. Well, I was always pursuing truth, but in order to be relative to my educational system, I always had that relativity with Plato. God, he was such a good teacher. He was like amazing. He was so fucking amazing. You cannot get a better teacher than Plato. Like, fucking amazing man. Love that man. So yeah, that was my standard. And now I'm here going, okay. So first I went, here's Pythagorean psychology. And then people are like, huh? And I went, okay. So then I did the whole learn to learn. No, I did quality first. And then I did learn to learn. And then all right, so now I have to add in the defined standard metric ruler and the archetype. Why do I feel like I'm just retranslating Plato's teachings into my work? I don't know. I mean, honestly, it's like here's the keywords. Go Google it. Learn how to learn. But archetype is not hierarchy. It's defining the standard metric ruler for the self, and you need to decide that. So if you're going to have quality, and this is it, when I looked at the science of the archetype, I wanted to know, okay, I'm setting my quality, what's my archetype going to be? Well, what kind of quality do you want? Have you even defined or set your archetype to match your quality? And that's it. Bottom line is, if you have not defined and set an archetype to match your set quality, then what are you doing? What have you been doing your whole life? And this is a vital part to education. That's how uneducated your educators are. They don't even know that this is a vital part of education. So they don't even know that learning how to learn is part of education. That's how smart your educators are. That instead of teaching you how to learn, they diagnosed you with a learning disability. Go ahead, defend your education and tell me how educated you think you are. Don't trust your education. That's the problem you have. It's interesting. I did not trust it because I caught them in the lies, because I knew they were not speaking the truth. Trust is for people who speak the truth, not for anybody else. That's why it's called truth. So stop trusting your educational system. Really stop trusting it. The problem is your brain is only as good as your educational system. You're fucked. So I'm looking at this going, all right, so they overtrust their stupid educational system. And I'm going, I could write articles on the idiocy of the educational system. To trust an educational system is to trust a system that produces bad teachers and its own paradox. It dumbed you down by 20 IQ points, like just to get started. So I'm looking at it now, and I think this is the problem that I've been trying to solve, is you guys need the defined standard metric. All right. How the fuck do I give that to you? Go read Socrates. He gives it to you great. Go read Socrates. But Socrates did not make it past the sixth ethic, so keep that in mind. Do not make Socrates your archetype. Plato needs to be your archetype. He made it past the sixth ethic. So I got people, I'm sitting here thinking about marketing. And here's my issue is, no, this is really a fantastic segue because this is a huge, like, how the fuck do you market? So marketing, and this is where I love Steve Jobs, because Steve Jobs has a very unique idea of marketing. Steve Jobs' concept of marketing is you're promoting your purpose. And I love that. I love that so much. I fuck love that. And it's not about selling. That's dirty. No, it's just, this is our purpose. And it's purpose marketing. And a lot of people confuse marketing with advertising. And that's purpose marketing. For love and truth, love, logic, and truth. It feels redundant saying love and logic. By the way, have you ever noticed how the words both begin with an L and a lo? Why? Why do you think that is? Like I said, truth is in the words. So I would say the purpose is for the truth. The problem is the Christians have beaten that shit to death. So now that just sends the wrong message. So yeah, love, logic, physics, and truth. Physics. So you can't market something. And this was something I ran into with my marketing, was people were like, well, with my advertising, they were saying shit like, oh, well, you need to educate them. No, they're not even there yet. They're not even there yet. They are too arrogant to think that there's a problem. And I saw it on two fronts. I saw it on these morons with really low education think they can do their own healing. And I'm going, wow. And then I looked over there and I went, these ones over here think they're smart. And I'm like, okay. So first they got to know that they're stupid. That's it. You got to know you're stupid. You really got to know you're stupid. You've got to give up the ego. You've got to know that you're stupid. And you don't even know it. That's it. Wow. Okay. And then I've got the whole, you're not going to catch very many. And I know. And it's a really hard topic. Welcome to my fucking world. This is what I've been trying to get through. This is what I've been trying to explain to people. Yeah, I don't know how to market this. And they're like, oh, well, just you don't know what my problem is. My marketing is telling people that they're stupid. That is my marketing. I have to tell you how stupid you are and why that's a problem for you. Why you should be concerned. That's my fucking marketing. I got to tell you how you're stupid. Holy shit. Holy shit. How the fuck am I going to do that? Like, and it's all I can do is like flash it really fast. And I'm going to show you in 5 minutes less how smart you're not. Did you know that 1 + 1 equals 2 has a logical fallacy? Can you find it? There is a logical fallacy in 1 + 1 equals 2. Can you find it? Because I did. Go find it. There is a logical fallacy in bad teacher. Can you find it? Here's this one. Do you know how to tell if somebody is more educated than you? Do you know how to tell if someone is qualified to teach you? Are you moving toward the truth or away from it? Are you moving at all? How do you know? How do you measure your progress toward truth? And if you can, in relativity to what? And you should not be confused. You should not be confused. You should be able to answer all of these questions. If you can, you're fucking smart. If you can answer these questions, then you're educated. And if you need me to repeat them, so that's where I'm sitting here, and this is what I've been like screaming at the whole time. I'm going, what the fuck am I going to do? How the fuck am I going to market this? Because in the background, my logic has already figured it out. You got to tell them they're stupid. And I'm going, how the fuck? Well, yes, but I'm sitting here going, no, I've got to tell you, you're stupid. You're really stupid. But here's the thing. This is it. This is the part that's killing me. You're actually really fucking smart. But you're stupid. You've got stupid suppressing your smart. And you're so ignorant, you don't know it. You are so ignorant that you brag about opinion. Look up the word opinion before you brag about it again. I don't touch opinions. I won't go near them. I don't understand anyone who thinks that they're, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm just sitting here going, this is it. I have to tell an entire world how stupid they are. And I'm just going, okay. And it's just you all need to get over your Dunning-Kruger effect. Freud was a schizophrenic. Did you know? He had the same symptoms. Why do you think he was writing about the abstract? Because he was in the metaphysical. Why do you think a medical doctor, started fucking around with psychology? Because he wanted to know what was going on with his own schizophrenia. And your entire psychology department is based off of the ruminations of someone with schizophrenia. Welcome to Freudian psychology. And now you're all running around with it. Think you're smart? Or did the same educational system teach you that also decided that a cum stain on a dress in the 1990s was far more important than them actually funding the art department? Because that's who educated you. So if that's the best you got for education, then why do you think you're educated? They produce bad teachers. Because if you continue to think you're educated, then you're not going to learn. So everybody has stopped learning. And it's going down from there. And that's it. I think that's really it. I need to tell you how stupid you are. I need you to know how stupid you are. Because you are so stupid that your intelligence isn't getting out. Because you've missed some really fucking obvious catch-22s that you should have picked up on. Like the fact that something insane is illogical. The words mean the same thing. And I'm looking at it going, I say my teachers did this to me when I was 12. It's a rite of passage. It's the very first thing we do. Is your teacher tells you how fucking stupid you are and how little you have and how little you know. And then they show you something in comparison and you go, oh, it's called humiliation, because you've got to submit to the lesson. So you get people who walk into the school because they want to be there, because they want to learn. Rule 1 is humiliation. You know, it's funny. BDSM mistress of like 30 years. And that concept of this, of humiliation, it's something I don't do. It's something I never did in any of my work. I never did it. I would have people come to me about it and they'd be like, oh, I want this. And I'm like, I don't do that. I don't do any humiliation. I do not humiliate. And now I understand why. I've been trying to figure this out for a while. It never felt right to me. And it's because humiliation means you are humbling to a lesson. But there was no lesson present. And I would not allow them the delusion to think there was going to be a lesson present. So there was no humbling. So I just wouldn't play to that delusion. If you wanted to do this with me, it required reality. And it was this massive realization that when I went through the training, so I would have to say that humility, it's actually came before quality. So it was humility and then quality. And then how to learn. And then define the standard. I would count humility as part of my lesson. I was there, I wanted to learn, and on day one, they made me eat mud. And I never, ever, ever considered standing out of line again because they showed me the standard. That's the real delusion that breaks. That's it right there. That is the broken delusion. You need to see the standard. That's it. You need to see the standard. Which is why I have to be on YouTube talking to you all the time now. Oh, to show you the standard. You need to hear it in the way I talk. You need to hear it and see it in the way I act. You need to see it the way I interact with my daughter. And it's, and that's it right there. And the beautiful thing about it is once you break the delusion, you learn. And that's just it. That's it right there. The only delusion you're in is that you're not learning. You're that ignorant that you think you are. Who taught you? Can you define learning? And I'm sitting here screaming. And I know I've got some really horrible things to say to people, like how stupid you are. And as soon as I say it, I get other people who are screaming back at me, telling me, oh, you can't say that. You do. I've got to say it. It has to be said because no one's saying it. You're all stupid. You're so stupid you don't know how stupid you are. And it should scare you at this point. It really should scare you. There are two people in the world I know of who are so fucking smart that they know how stupid you are. And the two of us are literally working around the clock, insane hours to try and help because we're scared. And you're so stupid, you're not even scared. And that really scares the fuck out of me. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to break your delusion. And I realized I know exactly how to do it now. Oh, I know exactly how to break your delusion. I have a partner who I have to say all of this to. And the words I find for him are going to be the words I have to give to you. Oh, because I took a vow. I took a vow. I am ethically honor bound to my vows. That's how I got my power. I cannot cause him harm. So I have to tell my gorgeous imp king how stupid he is. without hurting him. And that's what I have to do. And that's what I'm going to do in 2 to 3 days. That's what breaks the fulcrum. I can see that now. And my visions are now 3 days away. And I'm going, interesting, fascinating. All right then. How would I even begin to tell him? How do I even begin to tell him? It's going to be a really hard conversation. I didn't take a vow to not hurt you, but I don't want to hurt you. I can do no harm. But not waking you up is going to hurt you a lot. How do I do this? Ooh, I'll manifest the solution. See, now my son has the opposite problem. He thinks he's too stupid. And that's been trying to reverse that. How do I do this? I don't want to do this. I cannot solve this puzzle yet. Doormats do not need to hear that they're stupid. The doormats need to hear that they are smart. They just got to plug it in. How do I do this? And then there's the arrogant. The problem is everybody is arrogant now. And I'm going, oh shit. That's really what this comes down to is once I defined arrogant, I went, oh, we're fucked. And then I defined, well, first it was ignorant, then arrogant, and then opinion. And I went, oh, we're fucked. Everybody's arrogant. So I've got doormats who think they're educated. I've got teachers who think they're educated. It's like, so where's that sweet spot? That's what I want, is the sweet spot. And this is where I'm looking at the spectrum. Now, there's going to be the people who are already humbled students. They do not need any work from me. They're already set. They're on their way. And that would be a basic class on how to measure your own intelligence. That's it, how to measure your own intelligence. Well, I'm going to say education. How to measure your own education. And I'm going to give you the same metrics that Plato gave me. So how to measure your own education. And then there is the next stage down from that of you think you're healed. Relief and function. Achieved. And then it's so you think you're healed. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm writing a graph. Oh, I'm going to show you this. Oh, I found a stupid graph. I'm going to show you how stupid you are. This is beautiful. And then there's I need red crayons and green crayons. I know how to do this. I know exactly how to do this. I know how to do this. How long have you been healing? Thank you, Lizzie. You need to listen. Do you speak often in third person point of view? Try going an entire day and only talk in the first person. Can you do it? Try that challenge. Go one day and only speak in the first person. How hard it is for you is how much of a narcissist you are. All right. This is the graph. So you've got, this is a phrase that these people say a lot. You need to listen, or just listen right here. And then you've got the next one, which is, this is where you see a lot of people on their healing journey, where they've been there for 14 years. And then this one over here is the, you feel relief, you feel function. Oh, so you think you're healed. And then you have, when you start using first person point of view language regularly, and then how to tell your own education. And this is where humbled students is. Now, that doesn't mean you're educated. That just means how stupid you are. Oh, and that's what the word stupid means. I've been looking for it. Stupid is arrogant, ignorant opinion. Stupid. All right. There you go. The green means you're intelligent. And this means you're stupid. It means you refuse to learn. That's what stupid is. It is a refusal, a resistance to learning. Resistance to learning. Physics has a lot to say about the resistance to learning. The only one who's more opinionated about resistance to learning is Mother Nature. Oh, she's a real bitch about it. Resistance to learning is going to kill you. That's right. That's how much she loves learning. That if you don't do it, you'll die. Because learning is logic and love, and it balances her gigantic equilibrium. So are you fucking with it? So I'm looking at this going, yes, it's definitely the resistance to learning. And that's it right there. It's people are really stupid. And you're not even intelligent. We're not even talking about whether or not you're educated. We're just talking about whether or not you're stupid. The student is the one who's open to learn. So the first lesson is going to be, okay, now let's go over how educated you are. So you have stupid to intelligent. And intelligent means a student. It does not mean how much you have learned. It just means you are open to do it. So intelligent literally is learning or humbled. Intelligent and humbled are the same thing. Now, stupid is when you just literally refuse learning. And the more you refuse to learn, the more catch-22s you have. Until you end up with so many logic loops that your brain shuts down, and this is what causes Alzheimer's. So I'm looking at this, going, all right, fascinating. I don't know what kind of humor it's called. I just remember studying it, so I'm just going to go along with it. Hi, I'm Anna, and I'm here to tell you how stupid you are. But I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I think I found my way to do it. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But I'm going to have to tell you now how really stupid you are, because your stupid is really making you dumb. But your stupid is also suppressing your genius. It doesn't matter how smart you are if you're stupid. It does not matter how smart you are if you are stupid. That is what my healing taught me. That is what I learned from my pilgrimage. From 40 years of being a slave, from having multiple personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, suicidal ideation, depression, Stockholm syndrome. It doesn't matter how much of a genius you are if you're stupid. It doesn't matter what you know. I also learned that it doesn't matter what you know, unless it's the 12 ethics. Because I had over 30 years of philosophy, logic, physics, math, music, the arts, theater, stage, Pythagorean psychology in my head, and it did nothing. But the 12 ethics fixed it in 1 year. Because the 12 ethics, to obtain them, is to learn. To obtain the 12 ethics is to learn. Learning is the 12 ethics. Learning is the 12 ethics. If you're not doing the 12 ethics, you're not learning. No matter what moronic educator is telling you. Because they're stupid too. Who do you think taught you? When I healed, the most amazing thing that happened to me was how intelligent I was becoming. And this is the biggest thing of all that really fucking pissed me off. I am no smarter right now than I was when I was 4. The only difference is I couldn't get it out of me. Everything, this moment, these fucking YouTube channels, before YouTube existed, I envisioned YouTube. And I'm just sitting here going, I got to rehearse. So I'm standing at 1988. I'm rehearsing for YouTube before it was even fucking here. But I couldn't articulate it. No amount of any information in the stupid, stupid world, not even the ancient Greek educational system, was enough to fix my brain. But the ancient Greek educational system gave me something else. The ability to learn how to learn. And that's the real lesson. That's all you ever need to know. No teacher is good unless they only teach that lesson. How to learn. You don't need anything else. You don't even need the fucking teacher. A teacher's only job is to teach you how to learn and then get the fuck out of your way. Narcissists will purposely not teach you how to learn so that you stay with them for 12 years or longer, so they stay in business to keep a job and then complain when their pay is cut. Teachers should not exist. Teachers should not exist. So I'm sitting here looking at you going, I have to give you a message, but you are so stupid you can't even receive it. So I've got to break your biggest delusion, which is that you think you're smart. No, you're not. The genius that you know you are is locked under your stupid. But you're so busy trying to convince everyone how smart you are without even being able to get over your own words. It's really ironic that I just fucked up that sentence of all. You can laugh. It's all right. I love making mistakes. It's how I learn. So I purposely go out and make as many mistakes as I can every single day. On purpose. I make mistakes so I can learn. See, while everyone else is going, oh my God, mistakes, I'm going, yeah, mistakes! Show me where I'm wrong, because that means I've learned. The problem is, I'm not finding any more mistakes. I'm not finding any more mistakes. Do you know what that means for me? Do you know what that means for me? When I'm not finding any more mistakes. And I think that's why I'm trying to analyze and strip apart the educational insanity that is Wonderland, is because there's nothing else for me to learn. I'm now studying illogic because there's nothing left for me to learn. Now, I want to show you something because this is something really, really interesting about my brain. I have been going back and forth with myself on this for about a week. Anna, you're noticing the pattern. I'm noticing the pattern. You know what this means. I know what it means. I know what it means. That there's nothing left here for me to learn. But you don't know everything about medical. Silly children. Knowledge is not learning. The words aren't even the same. But you're too stupid to even notice that. Knowledge isn't learning. So I can put more knowledge in my head. Yes. But I'm not learning. There's one man who can. There's one man who teaches me. I need you to wake up, sweetheart. I really need him to wake up. And I can feel it slowing down. It has never slowed down. I'm not scared that it's going to speed up. I'm scared that it's going to slow down. So I see a lot of really genius people literally drowning under how stupid they are. And I'm going, you're so stupid you don't even know that knowledge and learning aren't the same thing. And I'm... So yeah, I'm here to tell you how stupid you are. Because if you don't know how stupid you are, you're not going to realize how smart you are. When I got to the end of my healing journey, well, I healed April 2nd of 2023. I uploaded the AIDNS into my subconscious mind, and I woke up every morning. I made sure it was aligned. I cleaned my RAS. Yep. Oh God, I forgot those days. I had to align my AIDNS every morning. I used logical if-then clauses to align my AIDNS to the truth. And every day I would wake up and I would run through the entire logical code. So I just realized that's not normal, probably. That I'm probably the only one in the world who does that. See, and I think everyone's like me. That's my problem. I think everyone's like me. Because everybody is like me. Because I used to be just like you. And that's what I'm trying to say. I used to be just like you. I used to be worse than you. I came farther than you ever will. You don't have to come nearly as far as I did. I literally went through every fucking abuse in the entire fucking world for 40 years. No one was more fucked up than I. No one. And if I can make it through, then anyone can. But the very first thing you've got to do is you have got to know how stupid you are. You really have to know that. Because this whole thing is about you not learning the 12 ethics. And if you're not learning the 12 ethics, then you're not learning anything. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is only one learning. Everything else is garbage. I want you to riddle this. Between Wikipedia, thank you guys, I love you guys. I love Wiki, thank you. And Sal Khan, okay? Between those two people, try to tell me something I can't Google. We officially have too much information on the internet for there to even be an excuse for teachers. If you have internet, then you don't need a teacher. You shouldn't have one. You should not have a teacher. It is the most toxic violation of the second ethic that there is. Teachers destroy the 12 ethics just by being. The minute Wikipedia came onto the saying, guys, come on, between YouTube, Wikipedia, what are you doing? Stop looking at the porn! Get off the fucking chat rooms. God, they were garbage in 1995 and they're garbage now. I met my online predator in an AOL chat room in 1995. So yeah, I have a really big fucking problem with chat rooms. I was one of the very first internet victims of internet pedophilia. So I have a really big problem with chat rooms. So I would wake up every morning and I would align my AIDNS by running through my entire logical code. I'd clean out my whole code. I'd find a code that's not like, oh, that's a logical fallacy. Okay. And I'd run through it again. And then I would have a conversation with someone. I would sit down and run through the code again. I would clean it. Okay, there's the truth. There's the relativity to the truth. This is the logic. Okay. All right, I'm set. You see, my sanity depends on the AIDNS. I am functioning with a prosthetic subconscious mind. It's mine. I built it. I made it. And then I put it in my brain. And then I forgot that my subconscious mind is a prosthetic. It's literally just a series of if-then clauses in a certain algorithm so that narcissism cannot come into my head, so that I can't attract pedophiles anymore. You want to know how I know that I've got the cure to mental illness? When you are raised around pedophilia, you talk like one of them. When I left the group, I grew up in a pedophile ring. And when I walked away from it, I couldn't believe how few pedophiles there were in the world. I couldn't figure it out. It was one of the very first symptoms that I noticed after I fixed my AIDNS. As soon as I uploaded her, I went, where are all the pedophiles? I could not figure it out. I hadn't seen one for like 6 months, a year and a half. I'm going, where the fuck are all the pedophiles? I don't understand it. I could not understand it. And that's when it dawned on me. The reason why I was shocked that there were no pedophiles is because I grew up in a pedophile ring. That the average person doesn't actually have pedophiles to worry about in their lives. And I'm going, oh, well, that's why I'm so pretty. I was bred this way. Well, that explains a lot. That explains everything. Oh, God, that just, whoosh, my whole everything, that explains that. So I come from a human mill. Does that make your stomach sick? I came from a human mill. So let's just say I relate to the dogs. Oh, one of my husbands only whistled at me. To this day, when I hear somebody whistling at me, I look up like a dog. I have yet to figure out how to undo that one. They literally Pavlov dogged me to hear whistle and go, yes. So I would wake up and I would, why is that in my brain? How do I remove it? It's classical conditioning. I was literally whistled at for like 30 years. Don't ever whistle at a woman. So what is it? So after I uploaded my AIDNS and I was constantly running through the if and then clause, the code, I could feel my emotions literally drifting away from the central core, the direction in which the truth was. And I would clean out my if-then clauses and it would line it right back up again. And then I would have a conversation with a friend and it would do this. And then I would afterward clean the AIDNS and realign again. And I was like, here was the point of comprehension. And then I could feel myself doing this like a magnet. That's the integration. That pull that you have toward wherever it is you're going, that's you actually feeling integration happening. Memorize that feeling. You're going to need that feeling. That is the feeling that I use to navigate all of this. So what it became was oh, look at that. My emotions are related to physics, are related to my thoughts, are related to logic, are related to love. Oh, this is fascinating. Oh, look, physics, math. And then I started to see the world like this. And then I noticed something. I noticed I was getting smarter, but not because I was learning, because I was remembering. And I went, oh yes, how much did you study, Anna? I did study a lot. And I remember now, I would study, my brother beat me, I'd forget. I'd studied, my brother beat me, I'd forget. I'd studied, I was raped, I forgot. I studied, I was raped, I forgot. And then I had a moment of epiphany. It was in 2022. And I went, all right, let's go, guys. You got to learn faster than you can self-preserve. So in 2022, I realized that the mission was to learn faster than I could self-preserve. And yeah, it took me over 30 years to make that calculation because they kept beating me because I was smart. So they beat me because I was smart. You see how that was? So then I got to 2023 when I finally could write the logical code I could write the logical code faster than self-preservation, faster than the speed of a synapsis. I had to move faster than my own synapses. That's right. 4 times. And then I got faster than time. I learned faster than time. I learn faster than time. I'm going to say it again. I am you. You're that stupid. You need to be humble. Humble. The meek shall inherit the earth. The meek. Do you know how to become meek? Humble. The meek shall inherit the earth. It's inheritance time. Humble. To be meek. You do not have any more room for ego. You're out of time. I had this manifestation right now, right here when I was 4 years old. I remember saying this right here, right now, which is why 4 years later, I was practicing in front of the mirror, just saying. I remember this manifestation. I could hear me saying it to you before I said it because I was remembering it from 1984. I'm telling you, he did that for me. The previous authors could see me coming, Christ included, and they left me a massive amount of Easter eggs in all of the books. I ran the mathematical calculation on the probability of me. I am improbable. But we have I do believe that was given to me. Just give me a minute, guys. Because there it is. There it is. What did he say? Oh, come on now. Come on, Sherlock. I'm going to say your name like it's your problem when it's really my problem because I'm the one who did not organize. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be truth. So, I learned faster than time. That's what really a manifestation is. That is how slow you are going. Your manifestations should not be going out years. That's another way you can tell how stupid you are. Your manifestations should be happening on the spot, instantly, like Jesus turned things to wine. Fast. Fuck fast. That's how he did it. He manifested it. But he also did a few more things. He evolved it with the logical code of the integration, so he was able to transform it directly into it. Oh my God, it's such a genius move. In addition to that, he also isolated it so it was specifically within that frequency and no other frequency. And I'm like, oh, dude, that's impressive. So he literally was able to take wine from the future and just bring it into the present. That's how he did it. That's how Christ did his miracles. He just evolved it so fast into the future that it became something else in the future, and then he brought the future thing into the present thing. That's how Christ did his miracles. And it's in the future if you imagine it and put it there. So you see it in the future, and then you take it from the future and you pull it into the present. That's how you do miracles. That, by the way, is called mental diversification. I'm the only one in the world who can do it. I got to think, oh my God, I could do classes where I just teach this shit. Oh, that would be so much fun. Now that, I could be Mrs. McGonagall. It's need to be like a Professor McGonagall. Oh, we're going to do transfiguration for real. I got to calm down. Whoa, this is going to be so cool. We're going to have our own Hogwarts. I got to calm down. Oh, I get to be Professor McGonagall. You know, I said that too. I was watching that movie and I'm like, I want to be Professor McGonagall. Yeah, that was me. I want to be just like her when I grow up. Booyah! Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Rowling. I love you. Oh my God, that was amazing shit. Oh, just so fucking happy. Now I can see me doing it in the future and I just got to pull myself here to this present. All right, no. I want to know. Of course I want to know. See, this is why, this is the best part. I've been trying to figure out why I can't turn shit into gold. Why I can't. I'm like, every day I test it and I'm like, why? And I'll tell you why. Because one of the things that I manifested in my stupid genius, see, I'm stupid too. In my stupid genius, one of the things that I never really processed was I have to know the theory. I have to understand the theory. So I can't just turn whatever the fuck I want into whatever the fuck I want. I have to understand the theory. I got to know the theory. So if I don't get the theory, then I can't practice the skill to understand it. And now that I understand the theory of manifestation, I can now, I literally can see the mathematical formula from everything I am now to where I want to go. I'm literally weaving the evolutionary process when you imagine it. When you imagine, you are, God, I could talk forever on manifestation. It's the most beautiful, mathematical, perfect thing in the world. So you imagine it, you cast it into the future, and then you merge the frequencies. You just integrate the frequency. You integrate the frequency. Oh, it's so beautiful. You just, do you swap them? Oh, see, now I'm getting into alchemy. Ooh, equal and now. Yep. Now I just felt brotherhood come down on me and I went, ooh, we're going this route now. Ooh. Now that opens the arcane door. Arcane is coming up next. The philosophical subject that is beyond ontology is arcana. I told you I could feel it. I am so fucking happy. And I'm just going to cry, guys. I'm going to cry. I know the really, I know my smart people audience are already making the connection. I know they're like, oh my God. I know, right? You could see it. So if you're not here yet, that's all right. I'm going to explain to you what I just did the math on. So philosophy is pure love. That's its actual translation. The second philosophical school of study is existentialism. And the next philosophical area of study is metaphysics. I have a lot to say on metaphysics. And then from metaphysics is ontology. And I said this morning, there's another one coming. I got it. And it is arcana. This just turned into my happiest of endings. I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy. I'm so happy. This is my dream come true. I wished for a magical world, and I'm like, I don't know how it's going to be logical, but it's got to be. And boom, here it is. And I'm just so happy. I get to reverse engineer magic. I get to reverse engineer magic. Holy shit. And my name's imagination. Oh, we're going to have fun. Do you want to do it with me? Oh, because I do all of my research on YouTube. We're going to do magic. I'm so fucking happy. And all I can think about is I'm going to be a mermaid. I'm going to be a mermaid. I know you're going to be a mermaid. It's all right. I'm just so happy. I'm going to be a mermaid when I grow up. I remember that. I would cry and cry. I was so pissed I wasn't a mermaid. Okay. I'm all right, guys. I'm all right. Oh, we get to find out so much. I cannot wait. Oh, here I was thinking that they already launched it extinct, and I'm like, no, I get to have my dragon for real. I'm so happy. Should we put in rules for the dragons? Do we want rules for the dragons? Oh, yeah. All right, Matt, I know you're out there somewhere, man, and I'm saying this one for you. We need to discuss this in all sincerity. Do we want what's going to be the logical code? Oh, no, we're going to do it. We're going to do it because, guys, I've already done this with literally 7 other academic disciplines. Do you hear what I'm trying to tell you? Oh, my fucking God. Oh, dudes, we're going to reverse engineer unicorns and dragons. So now I got to ask you, do we want our dragons to breathe fire? I don't want my dragons. What if we make them sentient and ethical? What if we make all the magical creatures educated and ethical? Including us. We would also have to be. Because we are magical. We are magical. Oh, we are magical. Oh, you have no idea how magical we are. Magic is real. And I found the science for magic. Guys, the alchemic studies are next. After chemistry. Oh, if only I'd studied chemistry. Oh my God, guys, we're there. Dudes, you got to join me now. And I just announced a playground. Good God. But you got to be humble. Oh, you want to be humble now, don't you? Okay. All right. I got to breathe. Oh. Magic is real. Magic is so real. What did we say? I need to rest. I need to rest. And I just had that Scooby-Doo episode. I told you. And I sat around with Colin. The dragons are real. God damn it, Colin. I couldn't figure it out. You kept saying it to me. Where are you, girl? Oh, where's my girl? She said it over and over again to me. The dragons are real. And I'm like, why would she say that to me? Oh. Through Through the wind the spriggans play, o'er the sea where they stay. The fairy queen, she sits there still, tending the earth beneath her hill. Where the mystical fay king's throne fills the earth with ancient song. Where the fay king's calls are cold, where they sing their songs of old. Through the wind the spriggans play, o'er the sea where they stay. The dragons are real. LG. I can't find it. I am so. Oh. The dragons are real. The magic is real. If there is still magic in this world, it is in Ireland. It's a riddle I wrote myself and I couldn't figure it out for the longest time. If there is still magic in this world, it is in Ireland. And there is magic in this world. It's in Ireland. Which is why I'm going to be spending a lot of time in Ireland for the physics. Wow, that is a sentence I never thought I would ever say in my life. I'm here for the magic. It's real. It's real. And I believe Ireland's known it the whole fucking time. The magic is fucking real. I can't believe it. We are magical creatures. And magical creatures cannot. Oh, I'm so glad this is, usually I have these visions and I'm scrambling going, oh my God, I got to record this. So I have all my visions. Every one of them has been recorded. I have them on my website. I have them everywhere. And I'm going to be hiring a team to transfer all of my visions over. And I documented everything, every fucking thing. I lost a storage unit and I lost my supplies in my old apartment upstate. So if anyone has any information at all on my possessions, there is a reward in it for you. I want my things back. I want my things back. I want all of my possessions back, please. I lost a lot while I was trying to document all of this. So this is the first time I'm actually in the proper state of mind to explain all this. This is weird. Magic is real. And you're not allowed to remember the magic until you reach a certain ethical growth. And the reason why is because this power is so fucking powerful that you don't just get it at age 4. I remember reading Harry Potter, going, how the fuck do you keep your children in check? And we all know how that ended with the Dumbledores. But I'm looking at the story going, no, I'm asking in real life. How? I have been trying to riddle this one out since Miss Rowling gave us Potter. Thank you. You have no idea. And now I know why. It's because I was that child. I was the child who had my magic when no one else did. So when I got Harry Potter and I'm reading Harry Potter, I think I was the only person in the world who literally was a witch when I was reading it, going, okay, how did he do it? I swear I was the only one. If there was anyone else, let me know. But when I read Harry Potter, I was looking for advice on what to do. So it was a I was so I was beaten just like him. I was Harry Potter. For 40 years. So I was always thinking, we really shouldn't give this power to children until they're ready. But it poses the question, someone's got to go first. Now, who is supposed to go first? Because whoever goes first has to be the one to wake them all up. Whoever goes first has to be the strongest, has to be the fastest, has to be the smartest. Because you're the one who's going to be carrying the Olympic torch to the beacon in a world of muggles. So that was me. I was the first witch that woke up. So much so that when I read Harry Potter, I was looking for advice. Only when I was 12, I didn't get a Hogwarts letter. I got a Plato instead. Do the math. 12. Every time I say the word 12, pay attention. We are magical, and I have the science to prove it. We are all magic people, and I have the science to prove it. I'm already seeing arcana spill out. I can see how the magic fits in our world. Animals have the 12 ethics too. Elephants are now painting. Oh, you think you're a human now? Everybody lives. I didn't say you were going to be here as a human. Some of you need to know what it feels like to be a cockroach. But everybody does live. So the question is, are you going to start your 12 ethic journey from where you are? Or all the way back to amoeba? Because I'm hitting the reset button. And you will be returned to your proper perspective. That's right. That's right. That's what I'm doing. That is exactly how I'm going to do it. Everybody lives. Everybody lives. I'm going to say it again. The meek will inherit this earth. Humble. There is no other way. So when I say to you, you are stupid, I mean you are stupid. Because you need to know that you are stupid so that you get to live as something other than a cockroach. That's why there's so many cockroaches. That makes so much sense. Look at all the assholes. I understand now. New York makes so much more sense. When the last cockroach is gone, there will be world peace. This is amazing. I like this. There's one other thing that I've noticed. I do believe, based off of all the math that I've accumulated, that there cannot be more than 5 perspective groups at one time. This is my favorite part of the math right here. This is what I call sexy. So this is what math does, right? We have second ethical perspective villages. We have third ethical perspective villages. We have fourth perspective, fifth perspective, sixth perspective, and that's it. When seventh comes in, I'm doing really advanced math, but I can't count. I love irony. When the sixth ethic comes in, wait, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Right. Okay, I was right the first time. Right. See, I was right. Yeah, the logic was there. The math numbers look wrong. There. All right. That's right. No, because there's only 5 at the same time. I know what I'm doing. I got this. This is why I need sock puppets. All right. When the sixth ethic goes in, seventh, then the second ethic goes out. That's when we evolve. When the eighth ethic comes in, then I want to do this one. Then the third ethic goes out. So that when the ninth ethic comes in, the fourth ethic will go out. And when the 10th ethic comes in, I can do this. The fifth ethic will go out. Which means we are going to be at world peace. We're going to be. It's coming. We're evolving. I found the evolution formula and I cracked it. And then I embedded it in all of my work. So as you read it, you heal. We're in the process of turning it over into a 90-minute fun-filled feature animated adventure where it literally cures your children while they watch it. You don't have to do anything. You just have to request it. And you'll get it. So what did we say? Ask, 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 and it shall be received. This is going to be the best part, as I got so many Jesus quotes for you. I got so many Jesus quotes. Ask, and that you shall receive. I love it. But Anna came in right behind him and tweaked it. Oh, no. You got that there? Okay, that's fine. That's awesome. That's really cool shit there. I mean, that's classy. But then this is conversations with Jesus, and I do them all the fucking time, so fuck you. That's right. Conversations with Jesus. That's right. I need to have that as like a podcast. A dibs, trademark, mine. That's right. That's it right there. Conversations with Jesus. Oh, I love that, man. Conversation. I'm going to write that down. Conversations with Jesus. I've been trying to figure out how the fuck he pulled it off. Well, I know he went dimension walking. It's coming. Every story, every one of them, every story is getting integrated. Okay, let me translate that for you. You remember that episode of Doctor Who when time got really fucked up And so all of the times and all of the things of all of the world were in the place at the same time. And that's what's happening. Because I saw it on the Doctor Who episode and I went, oh my God, yes, I want that. And that was me and my manifestation lazy genius. Sorry, I do that a lot. You're going to get some weird shit here and you're going to be like, what the fuck? And I swear to you, you will. You will. And you're going to be like, God, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. I'm sitting here going, but Anna, what if it's not real magic? Oh, wait. Was the physics real physics? Oh, it was the best physics. Okay. And was the music the real music? The music was the real music. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And integrated mathematics is really integrated mathematics. Okay. And was the the biology was fucking snap on. Okay. And the on top, you can see the universal clock. You've got this down. Great. Okay. Thank you. And did I correct and solve Tesla and Einstein? Yes. And did I merge them with Nietzsche? Yes, I did. Exactly. So, and while I did all of this shit, didn't I put on a theatrical production because I knew you guys don't learn unless you're learning from a bard. That's right. So I'm sitting here going, of course, I got to make this fun and entertaining. Oh, I know, reality TV. You guys think that shit is awesome? I don't really understand it, but okay. But here you go, Manhattan Survivor. That's what I just did. I did Manhattan Survivor. Oh, that's the other thing. While I did all of this, I moved to Manhattan. Yeah, that's right. Okay? Not the smartest move I made, but I did it. I did it. That's right. I'm now processing that while I did all of this fucking shit, I decided to also do it while moving to Manhattan. God, see. All right, I gotta do it. So, New Yorkers, bitches, that's how it's done. That's the standard, bitches. So every time you complain about New York, try doing it while inventing the universe. Like, whole nother level, right? Whole nother level. Try doing it while saving the world. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Oh, that's a persona that I can see it now. It's 1940s crime noir. I'm sitting here with a little, I don't know, one of those weird smoky things that go all the way out to here just because it's classy. But I weed. I put weed in it. Oh my God, would I put weed in it? Oh, you have no idea how much weed I put in it. Oh God, that would make me so happy. Oh, I'm going to get it now. See, this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about. Okay. And the best part is manifestation time is counting down. And I'm going, oh, I know what comes next because I've been here before so many times. It's a mathematical pattern. I'm so happy. I mean, I could not be happier. You have no idea. I'm sitting here going, wow, I got all the logic and all the math to prove it. So now every time I look at my manifestation, every time I open my mouth to make a wish, I know it's on its way because the math says so. Now that's what I call confidence. And I'm saying it and absolutely, I'm just so fucking happy right now. We're gonna be magic. I'm so happy. We're magic. Good fucking God, this is the best place in the world. So you're magic, which means you can solve any of your problems like that. I see so many people. Oh my God, I'm gonna be Mary Poppins. I see that. I know you guys. Just watch Doctor Who so you know how not to make all of the mistakes. That's important. Yes, dream, but watch Doctor Who. You have been warned. And I'm pro for you go all the way back to the beginning with 1963. You don't cut the fucking classics. Shame on you, assholes. If you do not go back and give them the same dignity that you gave Star Trek when you went back to 1966, what the fuck? You want to talk about suffering? I got to watch Classic Who for a year while I binged it because I wanted to understand the code that was hidden inside Doctor Who has so many codes. It is the code. Like the watch is real. That was a fun one. Yes. You see, when I watched the watch open, I got my memories back. So will you. You need to watch all of Doctor Who because all of Doctor Who has it. That's why Stephen Moffat came on board. Because if I were coding the universe, I would set it up so that people like Terry, inventor of the Daleks, you would figure it out. And so you did what I'm already wanting to do, which is to manifest a 90-minute, really awesome, cool thing that just unlocks their mind for them. Except I really don't want to put the work into that shit because it's playtime for me now. And I just discovered Arcana. So I don't want to do any more work because dudes. So now I'm looking at this really awesome thing, Doctor Who. And I'm going, well, I would just put it all in Doctor Who, starting with 1963 like it should be. BBC, you've got work to do. I want the Highlander arc of all the goddamn things. And what the fuck? I'm going to calm down. Oh no, I'm going to calm down. This is like a fan hate mail. Fan hate mail. Dudes. The second Doctor is my favorite Doctor. The second Doctor is my favorite Doctor. You have not done a good enough job getting his stuff restored. I want Patrick. And I want to see the entirety of Highlander. Please. Someone's got it out there. Reach out to your fucking fans. Say, is there anybody out there? Seriously, this is what I want for my fucking birthday, okay? I want the Doctor Who original Highlander arc when the Doctor meets fucking Jamie. That's what I want, because that's the only part I haven't watched. Literally, the only part. I'm so pissed. Oh, I'm so pissed. So fucking pissed. You know, there were many times where I'm sitting here watching it and I'm going, well, I'm the Doctor. Do you have any idea how fucking weird this is? Because I'm the Doctor. I'm the Doctor. I'm the Doctor, guys. Because I'm calling dibs. Because I was here first. So I can do that kind of shit. So, yeah, that's right. Oh, this is a... Oh, no! You bitch! Shit! My sister and I would play this game as children. Oh, my God! Holy fucking shit! We were Oh, shit. Where's my sister? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, we're so fucked. So, hi, P-Brain. I found the science for magic. I can prove that there is magic in this fucking amazing, awesome world. I was able to reverse engineer so much philosophy that I found the science for Arcana. I know how to manifest. And every one of my wishes came true. Do you remember when we were kids and we would play that game where we would watch a movie and whoever got to say, I am blank, got to be that person? We were casting our own manifestations for dibs at this particular point, when we would both realize that we could be whatever character we want. Only, I got here first, bitch. So, I still can't call on all the characters that you already called dibs on, you fucking bitch. So I'm sitting here now thinking about, oh, this is gonna fucking suck. I am Yzma. And here's the game. Remember the game? That you had to be accused of, oh God, I'm Yzma. Oh God, I'm Yzma. We manifested, which means you're crunk. Oh yeah, you're crunk. This makes so much sense. Oh, So when you get here, because you're going to, there's going to be this moment where you can literally be whatever character you want to be, and you will become it. Because I have the science for magic. And you get to be and live every story that you called dibs on or I accused you of. So sorry. Yeah, we did that to each other. Enjoy. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's what my sister and I did to each other. We spent 20 years cursing each other with characters. So now when I watch, oh, that makes so much more sense now. So I'm going to be adopting the persona of Yzma. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I don't want Yzma. Oh, yes, maybe I do. Maybe it'll be your humor. I can say it'll be your humor. Oh, I understand now. It's the way she delivers her comedy. I am Yzma. Oh, see, I was so inspired by her comedy. Oh, I will turn him into a flea, a harmless little flea. And then I will put that flea in a box. And then I will smash it with a hammer. Or to save on postage. See, I was so inspired by her. I'm like, I want to be her when I grow up. Oh, shit, here I am. All right, then, because I am Yzma. But I'm so glad I'm not Kronk. Oh, my fuck God, that would be horrible. I'd have to talk to squirrels. Oh, my sister really is Kronk. So, yeah, you get here and you get to call dibs too. My partner and I are currently arguing over who gets to be who. That's what we've been arguing about. We can't decide which one of us is going to be Buttercup or which one is going to be Wesley. Interesting. Wow, interesting. I have to speak it. I would say, can't we switch? That's what I would say. Can't we switch? I understand. Oh, I understand. By switching, I would be able to switch back and forth into any character to take all of the pain so he would have none. That was the end of the logical code that I was able to weave to. I'm at the end of it again. I'm back in the abstract. So the end is the very first wish ever made. And the more I reverse engineer the logical code of the universe, the more I can deconstruct it to see it so I can start putting it back together again. As you wish. What he was really saying is, I love you. As you wish. I love you. That is the beginning and the end. So I can, and I do this every time. After a perspective shift, it sends off this electrical pulse, and I can see all of the future. And then it fizzles out. And then I can see, oh, okay. And then I reach another epiphany, and it sends off a signal, and it sparks and ignites. And I can see even further into the future that time, like a cast stone. And then I integrate it into my knowledge, and that's the manifestation coming. And then I cast it again. Well, now I'm cast it so far that I can see the beginning of the end. And I am there with my partner. And one of us can make a wish, and the other grants it. But we forgot who was who. And we forgot because there's a logic loop somewhere. So I write logical code to unstick the love of my life. And if I can find the right logic code, I can free him. Which is why he's not talking to me, is because he's caught in so many logic loops that he's now got logical gridlock. Logical gridlock is when you break down from so much logic that you are in a permanent logic loop. It is one of the most complex mental puzzles in the world. He might be becoming catatonic. And if I can find the right logic code and just say it to him, it'll unlock him and free him. But I can't find it. Not yet. I need the right logical code. So I was up last night until 4 a.m. running through logical code. And whenever the right code comes to me, I text it to him. And every time I get closer, God, I gotta. Every time I got closer, he would get worse. And God, it was so hard. So now I'm down to the last bit of it. And this last week, I ran through the whole of the universal logical code 3 times. I did find a logical fallacy. I fixed it. But other than that, the whole code ran smooth. And we have to decide, good fucking God, this is amazing. We're all Adam. I'm going to need to be getting something called Project Adam. Project Adam is literally the naming of the animals. That's right. We've got to come up. Oh, this is going to be so hard, guys. We've got to come up with actual stats for our magical creatures. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to call this Project Adam. where we're going to discuss at what ethical evolutional stage each animal is going to gain their magical powers. And whatever they come up with are going to be the same rules that we come up with for ourselves. Choose wisely. Sixth ethic. If you want to be on Project Adam, there is only one door. Follow my footsteps. Follow my footsteps. You guys get to figure out if I am talking metaphorically or literally. And you cannot violate the 12 ethics while doing it. That's the challenge. Follow my footsteps ethically. The people who can do that will join Project Adam. And we will be able to decide at what age a baby dragon should start breathing fire. Because we're changelings. We're changelings. So you don't sit there and give a changeling the power to turn into a fire-breathing dragon when they're 2. Like, what the fuck, man? Because we're changelings. You can be a changeling too. Ooh. That is the magical creature we are. It is the only one where everyone could be happy. Because I don't know about you, but I'm going to be spending an awful lot of time as a god, a goddess, a queen, a fae, a sprite, a spriggan, probably all the muses at some point. I'm sitting here going, Athena. Why would I be Athena when I can also be Sophie? Why would I be that if I'm imagination? Like, one day you'll figure it out. Because I just did. Like, it just fucking dawned on me what this whole thing is. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing in this one body, man? Oh my fucking God, this is amazing. How would we track each other? Oh, that's the next question I get to figure out. Is how would we track each other? How would I know where to find you again? I don't know if I would. I'm weighing in whether or not we should be allowed to skip bodies completely, entirely, or not. Because if I manifest it, then I can see it. Then I can do it. Because I can manifest it. So I can see it, so I can do it. Because I know the code. That's what logic is. It's the code of life. So I make a wish. You ask. Resource generators. You know, I was thinking about it the whole time. I got to turn you guys into resource generators. It all just clicked and it all just made sense. And I'm going, oh, I love vision days. Vision days are amazing because, and there's the relief. There it is. There's the relief. There's the relief. We have the solution. How about this, guys? All right, this is it. This is it. I've got a new plan. Oh, I'm gonna love this. I want a mallet. Yeah. We have a new plan. All right. So right now, commission of one, because I'm the only one on the board at the moment. Well, Matt is here. I got to get Matt in here. All right, I'll have to ask Matt later. But I'm going to table a motion, and then we'll go consult with Matt, and then we'll have this done. All right. I got 3 knights at my round table because I decided to bring knighting back. Because oh yeah. So I am Queen of America, by the way, Queen of New York City. That's my title because I'm first one here, so I get to claim it. So here's what I'm doing. Oh my God, I'm so happy. I'm so excited. Right. All right. I got to decide. Fuck damn. I have to make a decision. I was so excited. I forgot what I was going to say. Dragons, queens. We have to be changelings so that everyone gets their way. Right. And then I was asking the question, I found a logic loop. The interruption in my subconscious mind is a logic loop, which means I found the next one to correct. So now I have to go back through it all the way again. It'll bring me back over, and then I'll be able to, just like in Heaven Sent with Doctor Who. All right. One hell of a bed. All right, I got this. All right. There's a trigger to the loop. What was the trigger? There was a trigger. God, this is just like in Doctor Who. Okay, I'm looking for the trigger. How? Do we switch bodies? Hold it. I'm looking for the weak spot where I can branch off and create an addition onto the code. How do we switch bodies? And once I solve the riddle, I'll be able to correct the loop, and then the vision will continue. Visions are stopped by logic loops. That's why you need to fix them. So you can see the entire vision moving, and then your movement will come. Your logic loop is the dead branch in your engine. You got a branch in your radiator. Did you see it there? It's stuck. You got a branch in your radiator. So you're trying to go, and you can't because you got a branch in your radiator. So you got to take that branch out if you want to go. The branch is the logic loop. The vision is a piece of your present in the future. Did you hear what I said? It's a piece of your present in the future. And you're trying to integrate. But how fast you can integrate is going to determine how many branches you've got in your radiator. Logic loops. So you're going to have to do this with your own logical code. I did. I had to learn logical code to integrate myself. And then I got to the 6th ethic and I went, oh, okay, there's more here to integrate. Because by then I had felt and learned what it felt like to integrate. So then I integrated again and I integrated again. And I became addicted to integration for a while. It's all recorded on my YouTube channel. I couldn't stop thinking. I was addicted to the sensation. And then I realized I was addicted to the sensation. And I had to rewire for addiction, which is why I found the cure to addiction. And then I recognized the pattern of, if that's what addiction feels like, then that's what addiction feels like, and that's what addiction feels like. And then I was able to memorize all of the feelings of every single mental illness, which led me to the logical code. That's how I cured mental illness. So then I started using all the codes on myself. And when I did that, it literally uploaded all of the correct if-then clauses in the correct order of operations to make sure that I couldn't be touched. And then I continued to improve the logical code and build it into my brain. And I recorded it all live on YouTube while I documented the science at annaimagination.com. While I was discovering 7 new academic disciplines that I also could look back into my own future and go, oh, I invented these. I invented them. You see, you might be discovering them, but I invented them because I found the logical code. So there's a difference between discovering a discipline and then being able to create a cocktail with it. I was creating cocktails. That's how I got power economics. That's how I got Pythagorean psychology. Law and justice isn't mine. That's physics. I can't wait to meet physics. I am imagination. The energy. Imagination. My partner is laughter. Do you see it? So now I'm asking the question, how do we switch bodies? Do you hear what I'm asking yet? When you're immortal and you're a changeling, how do you switch bodies? So I am in the process now of writing the logical code for death. Would you like to participate? Or should I do this one on my own? I get to write the logical code for how we all die. I will not be making this decision on my own. That is not fair. I've done this once and I will do it again. I composed the 12 ethics when I accumulated over 2,000 interviewed answers from New Yorkers. New Yorkers spoke for the world because, hello, New York. New York is the world. And we're succeeding, guys. We know how to get along with each other over here. It's the only city in the world that's got this down. It's the only city in the world that has mastered what we are doing here. Learning how to get along. So yeah, I went to New York and asked over 2,000 New Yorkers, when are you happy? When are you sad? What are you afraid of? What do you regret? Do you believe in world peace? What do you think is wrong with the world today? After 2,000 interviews, I accumulated all of the data into 12 common denominators. The 12 ethics. Those 12 ethics are the wish of every New Yorker who represents every person in the world. You have spoken. This is what makes you happy. You told me. To not do these 12 ethics is to do what will make you unhappy. Because I asked 2,000 assholes. I asked all of them. I had to go to really dark places to get answers. And I know. Oh, do I know. I learned lying. I climbed all the way to the top of the billionaires after I had spent 40 years in the sewers. And then I found out I climbed up the unethical side and I had to climb up the ethical side. So I did. And I went, oh, everyone's different over here. Interesting. And then I realized, oh, look at that. There's a shark tank. And we're all born inside the shark tank. Okay, this makes sense now. And then I look over and there's a guppy tank. And I'm going, oh, the guppy tank. I've been growing up in the shark tank. Oh, you mean I kicked ass in the shark tank? Oh, I'm going to scare those guppies. So then I left the shark tank. I found the way out. I found the door. And then I looked at the big ass globe that was the fish tank and I went, oh, I'm small. Okay. This was only like maybe 2 months ago. And I'm looking at this Shark Tank going, okay, so basically everyone's born inside the Shark Tank, but you might start off a guppy and then they transfer you over to a shark. And I'm going, oh, well, that's a fucking shitty thing to do. So now you got a bunch of sharks who've been mutated from guppies, and all I could think about was C.S. Lewis and the monopods. And I'm like, oh my God, I remember that. I remember what I wished. And then it became a game of me remembering what I wished for. Now I have a whole nother incentive for remembering. I'm going, oh, what else did I wish for? Oh my God, what did I wish for? Because now I'm scared. What the fuck did I wish for? So I started remembering as much and everything as I could so I could remember the wishes I made. Sorry. Sorry, you got some weird ones coming. I'm just saying. I mean, weird ones. So I'm sitting here going, okay, all right. I know what I wished for. And this is the best part. I always get what I want. I always get what I want. So I have like a success rate of 100%. So I know what I wished, and I know how to manifest. And all I wanted was to know how to make it fair. How do you make it fair? I remember when I was 3 and I was so pissed. How do you make it fair? I remember that. I walked around so many times. How do you make it fair? It's not fair. How do you make it fair? I know how to make it fair. So that one I would say is about a 40-year-old manifestation. And I know what I wished when I was 2 and 3 and 4. I know what I wished when I was 4. I wished for world peace. And I know where we're at. I know where we're at. We're at when I was 4 years old. We're at that day. We're at that day when I wished to have the power to fix the world, and when I wished for world peace, when I wished for a way to make all the pain stop. And I always get what I wish for. I don't have to do anything. I already did it. I finally reached my first wish. I'm at my first wish. We are coming upon my first wish, guys. Please, 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 please. Oh God, it's logical. It's so fucking logical. So I have to add the logic to the question, how do we switch bodies? Oh, that's easy. Learning, education. Oh, that's done. Okay, so I don't have to do this on my own. I don't have to do this on my own anymore. I am now at the question of how do we switch bodies? Project Adam. No, we're going to leave Project Adam to naming all the really cool stats. Oh yeah, I'm probably going to do like a whole, oh yeah, that's going to be, oh yes, definitely. I can see me just showing up with Dungeons and Dragons books. All of them, guys. I want all of them. Wait, do we really want the owl bear? Do we really want the owl bear? Did anyone wish for the owl bear? Did anyone wish for the owl bear? Because it's coming. Do you see what I'm saying yet? My wishes are not the only ones that are going to be coming true. And I got some really fucking weird ones like, I want magic to be real. Poof, there's the magic for the science. We're going to get unicorns. We're going to get dragons. We're going to get every weird fucking thing. Somebody wished there were dinosaurs here now. Do you see what I'm saying? You are Andy's playroom. You are Andy's playroom. Like, see what I'm saying? You're going to get that shift. It's going to dawn on you when you're going to understand what I'm saying. And the smarter you are, the more I'm going to make sense to you. You want to know how smart you are? How much can you understand me? Because I'm not going to dumb myself down anymore for you. I'm going to talk the way I talk. So I'm asking you, you are as stupid as you can understand me. If you can understand me, okay. So how stupid are you? Because I'm 45 and I'm 44. So this is the standard. This is where you should be. So if you're not, you've got work to do. And the work, well, I figured out stats for these animals and things like how do we switch bodies, guys? How do we switch bodies? Are we going to die? Are we going to do that? How do we switch bodies? I'm going to assume I'm at an ethic. No, this is a new ethic. Oh, what an honor. Wow. There will come a point where it is unethical to write code without advisors. And I officially just hit that point right there. I no longer can write code without you. It's not ethical for me to do so. I finally learned the ethic of writing logical code where it affects you. So now I cannot write code without your consent. But we can't do that. The voting system that we had is shit. So we're going to need a new one. And I know how to do that. How do we switch bodies? I don't want to age. I don't want to die. I don't. I would say my vote, if how are we going to switch bodies? Your loved ones have to consent to your growth. That is how the code was written. That's not, I don't know if I like that. Nope, it violates the second ethic. You have to agree. You have to consent to your growth. So how do you switch bodies? You have to consent to your growth. That's how. If you want to switch bodies, you're going to have to consent to your own growth. If you don't switch bodies, you will die. I think I just completed the code. I didn't have to write that code. I had to fix the logic loop. It's the first time the logic loop has gone through and it's not stopping. It's going all the way smooth. I think I did it. What do you think the probability? Good fucking God, this was hard work. I am so tired. I purified the universal logical code. I've been doing that for about 2 years now. When I found it, I noticed it was flawed and there were catch-22s all over the place. I realized the reason why there were catch-22s all over the place was because it was in the logical code. So I broke down the logical code of the universe and I found the core of it because I noticed that there was a repetition, because that's how computer programs work. So I'm looking at it and I'm going, oh, well, this is repetition from catch-22s because the logical coding is bad. So whoever did this before fucked up the code because she was too young. That makes sense now. I have the answer to that question. What happened to the universe? You made the mistake of letting a child have the logical code of the universe. Do not let children have the logical codes of the universes, please. That was fun. The logical code of the universe. I was wondering why everything got so bad in the 80s. I happened. Okay, we do not let children have access to the logical code of the universe. Yes, I had to go first, but we made a mistake. The mistake that we made was letting the child have the logical codes of the universe. So at 4, I set out logical code. And then I promptly played with all the dominoes. I remember playing with the dominoes. I fucked up the logical code of the universe. When I was shuffling around the dominoes, when I was learning how to build the code, I've been cleaning up after my 4-year-old self for the last 2 years. Okay. That makes sense now. Because I remember in 1988, I watched that no, it was in 1988. It was 1992. And I remember watching that really fucking horrific video on pollution. And I cried. I had nightmares. The planet's gonna die. I gotta save it. Oh yeah, I love her. And I'm like, wow, I manifested some crazy shit that year. So you're welcome. And then I saw all the animal abuse. You don't want to talk to me about the animal abuse I saw. And I just went, there will be no more animal abuse. Because I got to see it all. And every time I suffered through one more abuse, I literally wished for it to go away. I always get my wishes. Always. And I'm running through the probability and I'm going, whoa. Boy, I feel just like energy pumping out of my chest right now. I feel like a Care Bear. Probably because I manifested wanting to be a Care Bear. Which Care Bear did you want to be? I wanted to be the one with a rainbow. I don't even know his name, but I wanted to be the one with a rainbow. I am the Rainbow Care Bear. You know, that's really the only grouping we should ever have. That's it. That's it. We're gonna have that's it. Are you the storm cloud Care Bear? Are you the sunshine? Or are you the rainbow? And we would just, please go to your according bears. Oh my God. You are like, I can hear it now. Like, oh, we're sorority sisters. We were in the same bear together. I can see that now. I can really see it now. I see how like it's going to become Candyland around here, people. It's going to become the real Candyland. You know what I did? When I healed, I went out and I bought myself every toy. Okay, so I got to tell you about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Oh my God, you have no idea. Oh yeah. Oh, New York. I got to focus here. See, my parents were like, oh, she's in love with the turtles. Oh no, I wasn't. I was in love with the city. You have no idea how much in love with the city I am. You just don't know. So I'd sit there and I'd watch New York City and I'd be like, oh, look at our gorgeous skyline. Even the sewers are beautiful. And my mom is like, oh, she's in love with the turtles. New York dipshits. I was in love with New York. Like, and they were so fucking stupid. They thought I was in love with the turtles. And I'm like, New York. There was a time period where I was not allowed to talk about New York. There was a time period where I wasn't even allowed to talk about Broadway or music. My parents could not handle me. They were not bad people. Clark Kent's parents chose to have him. They saw that he was flying all over the place, peeing from the ceiling. And they said, we want this in our life. That's right. I want this boy in my life. He's peeing from the ceiling. Do you think they had challenge? It was like, you know, I'm up for the challenge. I'm gonna try. Let's raise the alien baby together. That's the Superman I want to write. It is the really creepy side of Clark Kent's parents. We have the alien child. I want to do this. Oh my God, I want to do this. Oh, I could do this. I could do this. Oh yes. Oh, the fan fiction. Oh, I'm doing it. The evil side of Superman's parents. The child has been appropriated into the thing we call it school. So I had a different experience with my Clark Kent parents. And one of the things that bothered me more than anything in my logic was when I looked at the way my parents parented me, it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. Like when I studied psychology and I looked at what makes sense in human behavior, and I'm going, okay, psychology makes sense. My parents didn't match up. My parents were an anomaly. I'm why the fuck are my parents an anomaly? I see this very strict mathematical pattern for A, B, C, D, and my parents over there. Why the fuck are my parents over there? So then I analyzed my parents. And when I analyzed my parents, I realized that I was the anomaly. So I asked the question, what the fuck is up with me? And every time I asked that, I thought every child wonders what the fuck is up with them. Every time. I wonder if I'm adopted. Every child thinks. I gaslighted myself so much. Oh, every time. Every fucking time. I was my biggest gaslighter. What if I'm adopted? Oh, every child thinks that. What if I'm really a princess? Every child thinks that. But what if I am? I remember the day I did that too. But what if I am? I argued back. It was so funny. I did. I gaslighted myself. You know, and I think that's how I was to wake up. I'm the one who argued back. I argued back. Your magic has to be strong enough to argue back. Your magic has to argue back. Your magic has to argue back. Your identity is your magic. That's how you do it. Your magic has to argue back. So you have your subconscious mind, you have your identity, and then you have your conscious awareness. And your subconscious mind runs things. But when your magic, when identity starts to argue back, oh yeah. So I believe that code is done. It's running smooth. Like it's purring. It's so smooth now. And that was the logical, that was it right there. That was, oh, that did clear my head. Oh, I have my full memory back. Oh, and there it is. The question I asked. If you get 100% of all wishes, then why are you scared? He won't come back. Because I couldn't remember all of my wishes. Because I could not remember all of my wishes. So I had to remember all of my wishes to see. That's it. I had to remember all of my wishes. So that was the manifestation I started on. Remember all of your wishes. And every time I remember my wish, it comes true. Every time I remember my wish, it comes true. You have to remember when you made it. That's how you manifest. You have to remember when you made the wish. But if you don't remember when you made the wish, so when did you make the wish? Because it's stuck. It's on a logical loop. It's stuck. So when you made the wish, you made it incorrectly. You have a logic loop in there. So you have to go back in and you have to fix your wish. That's where your logic loops are. That's where all of them are. They are your manifestations that you made with bad language skills. Be careful what you wish for. But the first one had to, someone had to go first. And the first had to be the strongest. Because the first has to be the one to step out there and tell everybody how stupid they are. Sorry, not sorry. Because you're really geniuses. But it doesn't matter how much of a genius you are. If you're stupid, you have to not be stupid. So that's what I do. I write logical code for the universe for a living. And I'm doing this while I have dipshits going, logic isn't anything. I can rewrite your S and make you disappear. Oh God, I wanted to. I've thought about it. I'm sitting here going, I know how to rewrite logical code. I can make you a. What would you like to be? And I'm going, interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. I did manifest one thing that I could not figure out for the life of me. It was on a very whim, like, oh, I was a bitch mood that day. So I got off the subway and there was this beautiful, beautiful moth laying on the pavement. And I was so tired, but I didn't even think to stop and pick it up and move it. And I was so worried that some asshole was going to come around and stomp her. And I did this. Anyone who stomps a bug out of enjoyment will come back as that bug. Unless 12 ethics. So there. That was my one real vengeful, like, I wrote that into the code. I'm like, yeah, there you go. So that's in the code. And then I hypothesized on the ethics of what I said. And I sat there and said, was that unethical? Did you just do vengeance? No. Are you sure? No. Think about this. Okay. Did I do vengeance? How dare they? I was humiliating them and teaching them a lesson because how dare they? Exactly. Right. All right then. How dare they? Squashing them, okay. Fear, okay. But squashing them out of joy, oh no, you go back a roach. No, you got lessons to learn. You clearly, you could go through those ethics 36 times and you still wouldn't be ethical. No, you got to go back to the beginning. Cockroach. So I'm sitting here now looking at this going, fascinating. It's like a little graduation class. And then I got to this point where I'm like, no, what really got me was the dumb fucks telling me while I'm like there was one day, this was like 2 days ago, I had gotten out of, God, that code. I was literally finishing up 3 days of the entire universal logical code from beginning to end, looking it over for any catch-22s, every fucking single outcome, all of them. And I'm exhausted. I get in there and I got this peon, this little shit, worthless nothing, screaming at me about how much logic isn't important. And I'm like, why are you here? That's all I said to him, really. I put like a little clip, and then I just, why are you here? Like, and then he says the words to me, intolerance of illogic is illogical. No, it's not. And if you studied logic, you would know how. So I booted him. And I'm just like, the responsibility is what breaks me. It was the responsibility. It was the realization at a certain point. Yeah. Yep. It was the realization at a certain point that I had the lives of 8 billion people in my hands. It was the realization at some point that with my knowledge, I could pass it on, fix the world, and save it, or burn my material. And that was fucking hard. And then I got people, I understand. Oh, you do you? Isn't that cute? You understand. Sure you do. And then I had a few of you call me arrogant. Arrogant. think my favorite was the teachers. It took me 30 fucking years to get one teacher to even talk to me like a human. The rest just threw shit around. I had to walk into a chat room of just educators to ask them the same question I'd been asking for over 32 years that none of them would ever answer because they were too busy abusing me instead. Once again, all of these adult educators of all sizes, shapes, degrees treated me like fucking shit and threw shit at me. One finally said, if you're wanting to change the system, and you'll need to go talk to these people. And I went, thank you. It took me 30 years to get one of you to talk to me. You see, I'm not trying to change the system. I'm rewriting the universal logical code of everybody. Homeschool your children. Teachers are not qualified to teach anybody. Homeschool your children. Homeschool your children. Aside from the 12 ethics and how to learn, there is nothing you ever need to teach a child that they won't teach themselves. The only thing that we really need as parents to learn how to teach properly. Don't ever entrust your child with teaching. You need to be your child's teacher because you're the only one who's going to ensure that your child stays ethical. Boycott teachers. And with this information, you can. Because you can manifest whatever the hell you want. You can see the entire world. And then you can teach your children whatever you want. And you love your children, so you'll know they'll be okay. Homeschool your children. About an hour after that, somebody talked to me. And I told them that I was not there to change the system. I was there to decide on whether or not it should even be in existence in the future. I said, it took me 30 years to get one conversation with one teacher. I have my answer. Your jobs are not worth saving, nor is your ego. So I don't have to do anything. The code's written. It's done. I already wrote the code. And here's how it's going to play out. You're going to reach the ethics and you're going to go through the process and you're going to go, oh my fucking God, look at how they are abusing our children. And then you're going to be so pissed that you take matters into your own hand. All of you. And then the rogue parents really stand up against the teachers. And we all get to see just how free we really are. And that's where the code ends. Because I can't tell. How free we are is 100% dependent on how free we are to leave. So when they ask the question, were they slaves? Let me tell you the answer. When you have to send 9 plagues and say, let my people go, you're not free. Why is that even a discussion? Don't you know what slavery looks like? Oh, looks like you don't. Looks like you forgot that too. That's how stupid you are. That you don't even know what slavery looks like. That he said, let my people go 9 times and sent the plagues of Egypt and then slaughtered their firstborn And you still had to ask, well, they weren't slaves. Did you notice that one? That's how stupid you are. See what I mean? You were looking at slavery and you couldn't even tell. And here's the question. If you can't tell slavery, how do you know you're free? Don't educate the slaves. Rule number 1. You should have studied logic. Maybe I will call my YouTube channel Confessions of a God. Ooh, that's catchy. Conversations with Jesus. But no. I mean, yes, but look at me. Confessions of a God. Confessions of a God. I cannot wait until we have magic, guys. I'm just saying, I cannot wait. Oh, so fucking excited. So fucking excited. You know, I'm sitting here watching The Island of Dr. Moreau. That was a mess. Oh, that's what I was doing last night. That's why I couldn't sleep. Oh, I remember now. I was manifesting magic in my sleep. I remember I was having a conversation with the universe, and it went something like this. I wish I could make magic. And how would you do that? Ethically. Okay, if you can figure out how to make magic ethically, you can do it. How do I make magic ethically? How do I make magic ethically? And then I went to bed. These are my days. This is exactly what it's like being in my life. And then I went to bed. And then I woke up at 2 a.m. and the universe was like, you need to send the next series of logical code to your partner to unlock his brain in the right algorithmic order. Thank you. Okay. So I'm sitting here texting my partner all this weird shit. I mean, real shit. Like it's logical code. And I'm going, And my stupid body's purring. Like, yes, it feels right. It feels good. It gives you joy. Why? This is so fucking stupid. So I'm done. It took me 2 hours because I had to keep like, all right, there's more code. There's more code. There's more code. I'm still stuck on it. All right, go over here. And so I'm working out 2 codes. I'm working out that code and I'm working out this code. And I have to like wire the codes because I made a wish up there. And you make the wish and the code gets delivered. You plug in the code, you make a wish, the code gets delivered. You plug it in, you make a wish, the code gets delivered. Guess what the code is, people? It's logic in the 12 ethics. So that when you make a wish, the code gets delivered and you can plug it in. So I'm building the DNA strands of the universe. That's right. That's what I do. I build the DNA strands of the universe with logical code. And then I'm sitting here looking at things like fire and brimstone. Fire and brimstone. Do I want fire and brimstone? Interesting. All right. Are we going to redo? What about Moses? What about Moses? Is that repeated history? Oh, that's a good question. Or is that future yet to come? Because the Bible does that. It shows you events to come. So here's the question. No, I won't do that to you. So I'm sitting here looking at this going, all right, so I can't figure out that part right there. That part right there. Yeah. You see, you got the Bible backwards. You got the Bible backwards. You forgot. You got the Bible backwards. Revelation happens first. Genesis happened last. You got it backwards. The Bible reads different when you read it in the right order. And we are at the let my people go part. So, because I don't know. I've been watching a lot of politics. And that's actually the part that I'm trying to figure out. I've been waiting to come to this part. The part where what happens if they don't let the people go? And I looked over at Moses and went, I got 9 plagues. I don't want to do plagues. So if they don't let the people go, it has to be done pacifist. Pacifist. 12 ethics. Gentle mercy. Oh, now I understand. Oh, that's not fair. Oh, it is fair. Thank you for teaching me. Got it. I watched this one, Tales of the Crypt, The Monkey's Paw. And I studied the psychology of monkey's paw. Oh, you have no idea. The universe was like, you need to know this. And I'm like, right. And I watched that Tales of the Crypt episode like 30 times. And I dissected careful what you wish for. And I went, understood. Understood. Message received. So when I make a wish, it comes true. And I make big wishes, really big wishes. That's a way I can break that down for you. Every wish I make comes true. And I make big wishes. And they all come true. I have 100% wishing success rate. And I know what wishes I made. And they're all coming true. And I have the future code that I'm writing now so that this whole thing gets done on a healthy, growing, nurturing, logical code-free spiral that allows our permanent, eternal, happily ever after growth fest. Because I don't want to do this again. So I have to go through the code to make sure it is flawless and a logic loop in the right place so that it puts itself on eternal repeat. So we'll be okay without ever forgetting ever again, because it sucks when we forget. Fucking hate it when we forget. And it's going to get to a point where I finally integrate so much that I'm on the other side permanently. The most truth is located inside the Irish mythologies. Danu. The war between the Aesir and the Vanir from the Norse mythology. They contain a lot of the truth. They contain the most of it because they were furthest away from Rome. So they received the less watered down manipulation. So the closer to Rome you were, the more the stories were altered, manipulated, stolen, changed. Literally like a time bomb going off, Christianity being the most watered down and lied. So much so that the Christian religion isn't even recognizable today. And the further out you get from that, the more the religions change, so that when you get to Ireland and Norway, Their religions are almost completely intact. This was extraordinary. I got to see pure myth, untainted by Rome. It was amazing to see something not touched by Rome. You have no idea. I grew up in the ancient Greek educational system, living in fucking Rome. Do you see what I'm saying? The culture, the tradition, the mentality, their culture. Look at me. I'm just ancient Greek. This is how you bring cultures back from the dead. You revive their educational system. So if you revive the educational system of the Inca and the Aztec and the Mayan, you will have them back. I am ancient Greek. And the purpose of all of this is to show you the power of education. This is what education does. And that's what it can't do if it's wrong. A person's educational system was literally the embodiment of the culture itself. It was the container. It was the container for the culture. Like a cylinder. Like a cylinder. So you had to take all of your culture and put it into a single seed. And that seed is an educational system. My God. So what Rome really did was replace the Greek educational system with the Roman educational system. But the Rome didn't have an educational system. The Greeks did. Rome destroyed it. And this is what I've been trying to tell you. Rome did not have an educational system. They borrowed ancient Greece's educational system, but they destroyed the Greeks. Remember? So they destroyed their educational system, but they didn't have one themselves. Alexander the Great worked for Rome, and he attended the ancient Greek educational system. He was narcissist. You could say Legion is narcissism. And Legion got into the educational department in the ancient Greek time period. And Legion took truth itself and destroyed everything with it. And it spread. So I couldn't figure out so much about me. And now I do. It's so weird. It's so weird. The whole fucking thing is weird. And in the back of my mind, I'm going, what are the possibilities and probability of this actually occurring? Like, I'm just dying to get that statistic. I want to know what the probability of this is. And it's just, it's so beautiful. And I'm looking at the whole thing going, and I was just terrified to say any fucking thing. Now I got the science, so I'm good. Oh, I'm gonna learn magic. I'm gonna be Kalan. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna throw fire like you would believe. Oh, I've wished that too. Oh, it's coming. I'm gonna throw fire. ethically. Ethically. I gotta throw fire ethically. Okay. I know how to, because I already wrote that code into Duller Shadow. Oh, I'm so excited. I remember when I was writing it out in Duller, I'm like, what is this possible? I can see the science behind here. Magic is real. And then I'm sitting here like, the dragons are real. The dragons are real. And I'm like, why is that in my head? The dragons are real. God, I love it. I love it all. So I'm going to wind things down for today. Think. Yep, Confessions of a God, Conversations with Jesus. Those are my favorite. I love Conversations with Jesus. Conversations with Jesus. I am just so fucking stoked. I am just so fucking stoked. Wow. I can feel it. And I can't reverse engineer it yet, but I can feel it. And I'm like, oh, I know this feeling. I've had it so many times before. It's the feeling you get before you see the logical code to explain how and why we're all magical. And the little part of my brain's going, you're going to wish you had studied biology. I'm studying biology. I got it. Oh, I'm so excited. This is like the biology test, is when you get to make your own fictional characters. That's the biology test of Arcana. It's like, all right, you got to Arcana? Yep, I'm at Arcana. Okay, so what's your biology? My biology. And when you go through the Arcana, you get chemistry in there, and that allows you to open up to alchemy. And I'm like, oh, this is fucking sick. Oh, this is gorgeous. But they're interdisciplinary disciplines. So you're going to have to do philosophy matched up with chemistry. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. You could be, I'm going to be an alchemist. Oh, yeah, totally. So now I just saw like the world of Skyrim with my brain, the free guy. Like, do you see what I'm seeing? Oh my God. It's going to be like modern city tech, dystopian with Skyrim. Oh, it's like, oh, this is amazing. Wow. So that's it. Just all the wishes that I made when I was 4 are coming true over the next couple days. And I know what I wished for. So, okay. All right. Okay. $2060. 2080. This is going to be really hard and really fun. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow.